Hello, hello, hello. How are we? Just get Rumble. Rumble's all set up. YouTube's all set up. Oh, check us out. We're doing well. Let's get this video all set up. Ba, 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 ba. Who's this guy? Who's it? It's not important. Must be the crowd or something. Right, we're gonna be there. I should start it there. Start about 5, 10 past. Hello, who have we got here? Who's here? Who's on Rumble? Who's on YouTube? Say hello in the chat. Feel free to chat. Feel free to not. It's all good. Um, oh, need to tweet it. Oh, set the tweet already. Shared it. Send now. Happy days. That's gone. I need a bloody shave. Jeez, it's getting out of control. You know, I just feel like a scruff. I don't like shaving because I don't, go out that often. So it's like can't be asked. So, oh, hello, Stacey. Hello, stranger. We missed you yesterday. I was like, where's Stacey? We haven't seen Giovanna for a week. Let alone we thought that you got missing as well, Stacey. Hope you're well. Yes. Oops. Mm, I'm doing well, thanks, Stacey. Just sending all my tweets out and stuff like that now. Yeah, well, I've not seen Giovanna for literally a week today. So I hope she's okay. It's difficult because you and Giovanna don't have Twitter or anything, so we can't reach out to you. But yeah, I hope she's okay though. Mm, who we got? Rumble? Not many there yet. We'll give it a couple more minutes. Boom, boom, boom. Right, we're gonna go in about. We're gonna go at 10 past because I know some people are supposed to be here, but they're not here yet on Rumble. The Ralph started too early yesterday. Was I started like 7 past. So I started 10 past today. Dee, dee, dee. That's done. Everything's done. It's all my power now. I've done everything I can. Tweeted everyone I can. Now it's about waiting to see if anyone turns up. Ba ba. That works in Rumble, so that's fine. So Stacey, I believe you'll be popping in and out hopefully today. I'll say we're not having you yesterday. Well, do you know what? I'm not gonna. I was just checking Rumble there. I was just checking one more time for the feed. Got a bit of delay on Rumble, I think. I do. Doesn't matter. I don't watch Rumble, so it's fine. Well, here we go. Stacey, we're gonna start, because fuck 'em. I ain't hanging about. Right, here we go. I'll just let the intro start. It's gonna start in like 30 seconds, I think. Let's see when lunch is. Lunch is there. 3:44. 3 hours lunch will be. Three 44. Hour 25. I don't think it takes it through to the end. Yes. Right. Okay. Da, 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 da. Beep 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 beep. Alright, then here we go. We're on the way. Ba-da-ba-ba. Ba 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 beep 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 beep. Right, so that's gone there. All that's done. Yay. Hello, who else is here? Hello, Rumble. Nice to see you. YouTube, Stacey's here, myself, and who else? Some other people here somewhere. Don't be afraid to say hi. Do 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 do. Oh, jeez, come on, Judge. Let's go. It's just me, Stacey, and someone else. I'm going to be quite informal. I'm going to
Mark
put my feet up.
Jensen, 2002 CF 314. The jury is not in the courtroom. It is Friday, January 20th, 2023. All the attorneys and the defendant are in the courtroom. Ms. Renner, what do you wish to put on the record?
Your Honor, you had said we would talk about in the morning about the reputation for untruthfulness
Do
witnesses.
we have any witnesses today that have prior convictions?
No, we do not.
Okay. Which witnesses are you referring to that you're going to ask questions in that area?
Well, these are witnesses that we will be calling on our case in chief.
Okay.
Basically, we'll be asking them about Mr. Klug's reputation for untruthfulness.
All right.
We want to ensure that that's not going to be an issue.
Well, why don't you guys try to talk between yourselves? And I mean, we're a half hour late. I don't want to take time anymore on that issue. I understand where you're going on that, Ms. Renner. So, okay, we're going to bring the jury out.
Here we go then. 3 hours on lunch break, so that's 6. Think, anyway, let's have another look. Have a cheeky look. Where we are. 14:09, well, I say 50 minutes. And then they break. There's a break there. There's a break there, so 50. 2 hours and about 55 or 54 minutes. Not too bad. I'm going to skip a little bit of this. Come on. I'm going to skip the breaks as well today. I can't be asked. Hello, people. I know you're hearing here. Let's go, Rumble. Let's go, YouTube. We can chat in here, no problems. Oh, fuck me. Come on.
To the people in the office, to the stockbrokers.
Did you ever, let's say between June of 1998 and December of 1998, did you ever receive any pornographic images in the mail?
No.
And were you ever warned that maybe that would be a concern in this office, that you might receive something of that nature?
No.
Were you ever warned to be on the
She's
lookout
a
for
secretary
harassing
then.
phone calls or anything of that
No.
nature? Can you describe for us, was this a small office?
It was fairly small. I think there were maybe 6 or 7 small offices within the main office. And go
Oh,
ahead.
go ahead. You can continue.
Oh, I was
Sorry,
just going to
that's-
say, I was not in an office. I was kind of at one side by a long desk and a counter, so that people mostly came to me when they came into the office.
And if you could just adjust the microphone so it's right in front of your face, it's just harder to hear without.
Is that better?
If you move it closer to your face. Yeah, the closer the better.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, do you recall where Mark Jensen's office was in relationship to where you sat?
Yes, it was, well, on my right, there were 2 smaller offices, and his was the second one over. No, I'm sorry. The third one over from where I sat.
Okay, and given the size of this office and where you were positioned, where you sat, would you be able to see if Mark Jensen was at work?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to specifically direct your attention to December 3rd of 1998. Was that a day that became memorable?
Well, I believe that was the day that Julie Jensen died. So, yes.
Now, on that day, did Mark Jensen come into the office?
No, he did not.
Please like the video.
So he was out of the office all day?
All day, yes.
And you were working that day? You were there all day?
Please
Yes.
like it as well.
And you did not see him?
I didn't see him.
Please follow
In
on
fact,
Rumble as well,
did he
please.
call the office at some point the morning of December 3rd, 1998?
Yes, he did.
And so are you the person who answered the phone?
Yes.
And what, if anything, do you remember about that phone conversation?
I remember that he told me that his wife was very sick and he didn't know what to do.
Did you, upon hearing that, did you give him any advice?
I believe I suggested that maybe he should call her doctor or take her to the emergency room.
Were you confused by the statement that he didn't know what to do?
Yes,
And so your response is call a doctor, take her to the emergency room? Is
Yes.
that correct?
Feel free to chat and chat. I've got my keyboard ready.
And then shortly thereafter, did you learn that Mrs. Jensen had died?
it was, I want to say mid-afternoon, maybe 2 or 3 o'clock. He called again and asked to be put through to David Nearing. And I put him through right away. And a little while later, Dave came out and told us all that Julie had died.
Oh,
Now, do you recall whether the defendant had a client by the name of Sorensen?
Yes,
And do you know what profession Mr. Sorensen is in?
he was a dentist.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Who's doing the cross?
That'd be me.
Go ahead. Why don't you say Miss Renner for the record?
Ms. Renner, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Perez.
Good morning.
So I understand you worked at Stifel starting in 1998.
That's
hey
correct.
Sal, nice to see you,
And
my
you said it
man.
was in June?
Yes,
Now, prior to June of 1998, you did not know Mark Jensen.
correct,
You met him when you joined the Stifel office.
correct.
So you didn't work with Mr. Jensen at Baird,
No,
didn't work with him at Prudential.
no,
Now, your relationship with Mr. Jensen, you didn't hang out with him outside of work.
correct.
And you didn't talk about his marriage with him.
No,
And you didn't talk about things that were going on in the Jensen home.
no,
Now, I understand you were the primary phone answering person in the office,
correct.
but there were others that would answer the phone.
Yes,
And it was also possible if someone had the number for a direct line that they could actually call the broker directly.
yes,
And if that happened, you wouldn't know a phone call occurred.
that's correct.
Now, you testified that you were never warned that there was harassing phone calls or packages to be aware of, right?
Right.
But you were aware that Mr. Jensen spoke about harassing packages he'd gotten previously. Is that correct?
I don't recall Mark Jensen actually talking about that, directly hearing it from him, but I kind of, excuse me, I kind of remember that there were rumors in the office. I just heard something about it. I don't remember from whom.
Okay. Now, you did testify also that Mr. Jensen didn't come into the office on
No.
December 3rd.
Correct.
Did you go to
I
lunch
was
that
just
day?
speaking about you.
I
I've
don't
not seen you for a
remember.
whole week.
And if you went to lunch,
I hope
there's
you're well.
there was a policy that you
You
could
okay?
leave for lunch. Is that right?
Yes.
And that would happen?
Sometimes I just ate my lunch there.
But you don't remember on December 3rd if you went anywhere?
I don't remember.
And can you tell me if you had any appointments outside the office that day?
No. No, I didn't.
Okay.
have any.
Suppose that was a poorly worded question on my part. Okay. But the brokers in your office would oftentimes have
Every day.
meetings and appointments outside the office.
Yes.
Was Gio?
That was
I'm
normal.
worried.
Yes.
Nice to see you, though. Well, you're not here, you
And
missed, Gio.
today you
So,
testified that
and Stacey.
you heard about Julie Jensen's death around 2 or 3 o'clock.
I believe so. I'm not real sure about the time.
How
Is it
weird's that?
possible it
We
might have
spoke
even
about
been
it
the
this
next
morning,
day?
didn't we, Stacey?
No, it was definitely that same day.
Is that same day? Okay.
Well, I'm a fan of retrials. I'm just not a
Nothing
fan
further.
of
Any redirect
old
from the stand?
retrials where I know
No,
the
Your Honor.
All right,
results.
you're excused. Thank you.
Don't worry, once this is done, I'm done. Well, the only ones I'll do is Kyle Rittenhouse and Johnny Depp. I know the results of both
Right,
of
who's
them,
next?
but everyone says it's
State
still
calls
amazing.
Stacy
So,
Bauer, number 4.
Stacey, oh, she's here. Oh, Stacey Bauer. Sorry. So, you're going to testify, Stacey? Oh, Rumble. Hello, Rumble. If you can like the video, please Rumble and follow. That'd be great. Same here. If you could just like the video on YouTube, that'd be great. Thank you very much. Welcome to chat. Welcome back to Giovanna. Stacey was missing for a bit. She's back as well. The old team's coming back, guys. Still missing a lot of people, but we're getting there. I don't blame them though. This is a shit show. Count the days down. We're basically halfway now after today. Next Thursday, I'm finishing it. That's it. Ugh. The guy with the dick pics, the expert, not the dick expert, the guy who found them. He's going to be in a couple of hours, I believe. They just want to get a load of these witnesses out the way
Yes?
because they're going to be here today.
Get as close as you can to that microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter, okay?
STACEYBAUER.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
Ms. Bauer, I'd like you to think to the time period after the beginning of October of 1998. Where were you working in that time period?
Yeah.
At Stiefel
Very
Nicholas
nice.
And which Stiefel Nicholas office?
in Kimberly.
So that office in Kimberly, Wisconsin, was that sometimes referred to as the Appleton office?
Yes.
And had that office opened at the very beginning of October 1998?
Yes.
Were you present when that office was being opened?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not talking
And
Kyle Rittenhouse
at that time when
for
the
a
office
while.
was being opened,
So don't
did
worry.
you meet a person by the name of Mark Jensen?
Yes.
And when the office was being opened, was he assisting
Probably
in that?
Christmas time,
Yes.
Joanna. When
But
there's
that's
nothing
not
else
actually
on.
the office he worked in.
Correct.
And do you recall during that time period when the office was being opened, whether there was also a woman by the name of
I
Kelly
like live
Labonte
streams,
present?
live
Yes.
trials as well.
Is that time, beginning of October 1998, when the office was being opened, is that the first time you had met Mark Jensen?
Yes.
So you didn't know him at all other than that?
No.
And then after the office was opened, he didn't work there?
Correct.
So now I want you to think back to the beginning of November of 1998. Was there a conference in St. Louis for the brokers around that time period?
Yes.
And is that the conference sometimes called the Blueprint Conference?
Yes.
Now, when this Appleton office opened, did you move over with a group of people to the Appleton office?
Yes.
And who were those people?
Ed Klug, Ron Ruck, Bonnie LeClaire, and Joan Colby at the time.
And so the brokers were Ed Klug and Ron Ruck?
Yes.
And did they go to this conference in St. Louis?
Yes.
Now, after this conference in St. Louis was over, did Ed Klug have a conversation with you about talking to Mark Jensen at the conference?
Yes.
Okay, what did Ed Klug tell you after he returned from the Blueprint Conference?
He told me that the two of them stayed up later after they must have had their dinner that night, and that
they were talking about their wives and saying, yeah, I can't stand her. I can't stand her. And then Ed said it kind of turned dark and made him uncomfortable.
And what do you remember Ed Klug saying about what Mark Jensen said to him?
I think it was along the lines of Ed said, you know how I joke around how I can't stand Joanne, his wife at the time, and I wish she was dead or something like that. And he's like, you know how people joke around about that? And I said, yeah. And he said, but what Mark told him made him feel like he really wanted his wife dead.
And do you remember whether Ed Klug said anything about what Mark said about his feelings towards his wife?
Yeah, that he hated her.
Feel free to like the video, guys.
Now I want you to
Need two people
think of
to
a
have
time
these three.
period about a month or so after that conversation with Ed Klug. Was there a time that Ed Klug gave you some news during that time period?
Yes,
And what was that?
that Julie Jensen had died.
And in spite of what you had heard previously from Ed Klug, what was your reaction to that news?
I said, oh my God, he killed her.
In spite of what you had. And again, you didn't know Mark Jensen, right?
Correct.
You didn't know Julie Jensen, right?
Not at all, no.
So all you knew about the Jensens is what you had heard previously from Ed Klug.
Yes.
Now, do you
Well, this is
remember
new. It's boring.
hearing any sort of information about Ms. Jensen's death being a suicide?
Yes.
Okay, so that was the story that people heard about that.
Right.
But you're not saying that that's something that you believed or anything like that. That's just what you had heard.
Correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross.
Thank you.
No.
Now, and Ms. Renner will be doing
Mine's
the
a
cross
big
for
place,
this one.
though.
Thank you.
It's very echoey,
Now,
apparently.
Ms.
So,
Bauer, I understand you worked with Mr. Klug for a significant period. Is that right?
Yeah, a few years.
You actually started with him in 1996 at Baird,
Yes.
and then when he transferred over to Stifel Nicholas, you went with him.
Yes.
And you said that Jean Wise and
Joan.
Joan Wise. Sorry.
That's okay.
Went with you, as well as
Jean,
Ron
Joan.
Monk and Bonnie LeClaire, I think was the other person you said.
Yes.
Did I get them all?
Yep.
All right. Now, you did stay with Stifel until about 2001.
Yes.
And through that entire period, you did work with Mr. Klug.
Yes.
And even after leaving Stifel, you remained friendly with Mr. Klug?
Not really.
Well, you've seen him socially on occasion, haven't you?
I did, but not very often. I left, went to a different job, and
See? You're going to meet today as well.
Now, Mr. Klug didn't just talk about Mr. Jensen not liking his wife. He also told you that Mr. Jensen was unhappy in his marriage
yes,
and that Mr. Jensen was thinking about divorce.
I think so.
And he also said that
Love it.
Mark told Mr. Klug that this is so weird. I'm sorry. Let's restructure this. So Mr. Klug told you that Mr. Jensen's wife was depressed.
Yes.
And in fact, Mr. Klug also told you that Mark said his wife was unstable.
Yes.
Now, about 6
Oh,
years
wow, they
after
were
you
so-
left Stifel, in August
Okay.
of 2007, you spoke with
I'm
a
a
detective.
bit bored
in
of
this
you, Anna, to
case.
be honest with you,
Yes.
so far.
And is it fair to say that you knew this was important?
Yes.
You had known that Mr. Jensen had been charged in his wife's death?
Yes.
And so you knew you had to tell the truth.
Yes.
You knew how important this was.
Yes.
And you wanted to answer all of the detective's questions truthfully
Yes.
and fully
Yes.
and accurately.
Yes.
And after speaking with the detective, he wrote up a statement for you.
Correct.
And you signed that statement.
Yes.
You read it before you signed it.
Yes.
You actually initialed it in at least one place as well.
Yes, I guess.
Because I've started, I feel like I've got to finish it, Joanna. Some people have, watched it from the start. So once it's done, though, I'm going straight. I'm not doing another one like this. So don't have to fear that. I feel a bit bad if I just stop
Sure.
streaming this now.
What number is that?
Because I've got Rumble as well. There's
For the
people on
record,
Rumble watching
Exhibit
it as well.
63 is being shown to the witness.
Now, Ms. Bauer, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit D63. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
That is the statement that you gave to the police.
Yes.
It's only another week, though, Giovanna. Only another week. That's it. Next Thursday finishes. That's it then. But no
At the
more
bottom
these,
of that statement,
unless there's
it does
nothing
say,
else.
I've made the above statement voluntarily and without threats or promises. It is my desire to relate the facts of this incident. I have read or have read to me the above statement and have found it to be true and correct.
Yes.
And then after that, you signed.
Yes.
Can you please read for us the final paragraph of that statement?
I have no knowledge of a conversation Mark had with Ed Klug in St. Louis regarding killing his wife.
And those are your initials after that paragraph?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll ask that Exhibit 63 be entered into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, received 63.
Take that out of your way.
Okay.
So yeah, Giovanna, it's my own fault for doing this. I should have done it. But then I can't not film the rest of it. It'd be bad if I didn't do that.
Now, you've previously testified in this case.
Yes.
The first time was in 2007.
Yes.
Oh, it's fine. I was just worried about you, Giovanna. Even if you just pop in sometimes to say hello. That's all. I was like, where's she gone? But that's fine. Yeah, even pop in and say hello. We miss you. But I don't expect you to stay. I know you've seen it, so
And that
it's all
was
good.
on August 30th of 2007.
I believe so.
And that day before your testimony, you were actually sitting in the hall with Mr. Klug,
Yes.
talking about what was happening.
I don't know that we were talking about what was happening.
Well, Mr. Klug told you some of the stuff you'd been talking about with the police, right?
I don't think so. I don't remember that.
Well, you did testify also on January 30th of 2008.
Yes.
And at that point, and counsel, I'll direct you to 1/30/2008, page 233, lines 8 through 10.
Okay.
You were asked, but he talked about some of the things he'd been talking about with the prosecutors and police, right? And your answer was, he did.
Maybe. I don't remember.
It's a long time ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And additionally, you had read about Mr. Klug's testimony prior to testifying in 2008?
No.
Counsel, I'll direct you to page 233, lines 19 through 20.
All right.
When you testified in 2008 on January 30th, you were asked the question, so you had read about Mr. Klug's testimony? And your answer was yes, yes, I did, yes, yeah.
Then I guess I did.
Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So the statement in front of you, the handwritten statement, is it still there?
No, she took it
it's-
away.
Okay.
It's on the desk over here, Ms. McNeil.
So in that statement, you indicate that you don't have knowledge of a conversation regarding Mark Jensen killing his wife, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But it's not your testimony today that Mark Jensen told Ed Klug, who told you that he was going to kill his wife, correct?
Correct.
It's that he wanted her dead.
Yes.
And so when you made that statement to the police, were you trying to be precise?
Yes.
And so you didn't say in that statement, and you've never said that you heard that he was going to kill his wife,
Yes. Never.
just that he wanted her dead.
Yes.
And in fact, after you gave that statement, you did testify in court in the summer of 2007, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to answer questions back and forth like we've done today, correct?
Yes.
And when you were asked questions back and forth at that prior hearing,
Who's that?
you did bring up the fact, the distinction that we've just talked about, correct?
Yes.
And
Think of what you mean.
specifically, you indicated that he wanted her dead, not that he said he was going to kill her, correct?
Yes.
And you also brought up the other information about Mark Jensen telling Ed Klug about hating his wife.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
You brought up the information at that time about Mark Jensen telling Ed Klug, who told you that he hated his wife.
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Recross?
Thank you. Ms. Bauer, when you spoke with Detective Ratzberg, those words on that exhibit 63 are not the only words that were stated, correct?
Yes.
You had a conversation,
Yes, we did.
a back and forth,
Yep. Yes.
and he asked you about this conversation in St. Louis that Ed told you about.
Yes.
And at that time, you didn't tell Detective Ratzberg that Mark had said he wanted his wife dead.
I may have. I don't remember.
Did you write that statement or did Mr. Ratzberg?
Mr. Ratzberg.
And you signed it
Yes.
knowing that you needed to tell everything that would be important to this case.
Yep. Yes.
Nothing further.
All right, you're excused. Thank you for coming in. Put it over there, Joe.
He was lying to him today. I don't know how many witnesses we have.
The state would call Joe Crofasti to the stand. You're this witness number 12 on your list.
Thank you.
Oh. He's just waiting. He's like, when's the dick pics? Can we get the dick pics, please? Oh, come on, where's number 12? Come on down, number 12. Oh, they can't be in there, can they? Okay, fair. That's my bad. Okay, that's my bad then. So someone bring them in. Look at that woman, she's nosy as fuck. Who's coming in? Who's coming out?
I'm going to swear you in, sir, if you can raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony in this man to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Take your time and get as close as you can to the microphone.
Using key, yes, old man.
And spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Joseph, Joseph. Last name Crifasi, Crifasi.
Go ahead, Mr. Jamboys.
Thank you. And Mr. Crafasi, as we've discussed earlier, you're what's known as a soft talker, correct? You're a soft-spoken
Yes,
person?
I apologize for that.
No need to apologize, but what I would ask you to do is pull that small microphone as close to your mouth as you can while you're speaking so that
That better?
you're, that's much better. Thank you so much.
Maybe she's Italian.
Now, Mr. Crafasi, can you tell the jury what you do for a living?
Italiano.
Yes, I currently
Prego,
manage a
Italiano.
toxicology lab at Lab Test Diagnostics,
And where
Knows
is
it,
that located?
yes.
St. Louis, Missouri.
And how long have you been managing that lab?
10 years.
And before
Grazie.
managing that lab, sir, what did you do?
Mwah, grazie.
I worked at St. Louis University Forensic Toxicology Lab for 20 years.
Now, what sort of background and training did you have to qualify you for these positions that you've held?
I have a bachelor's degree in medical technology and a master's degree in analytical toxicology.
And when did you get your master's degree in analytical toxicology?
1988.
It was after that you were employed at St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab?
Yes, I
Well, more
began
people please like the
working there in
video.
1994.
Shocked
And
away.
what did you do at the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab?
I worked all the benches as a lab analyst and also assisted the supervisor with maintenance of instruments,
I know.
writing SOPs, and ordering consumables.
Now, so some of these things the jury
I
might
should
not
show
know,
a
and
picture of it.
I certainly don't know. So when you say you worked all the benches, what does that mean?
Grazie.
Well, the forensic toxicology is a complex set of testing that needs to be done. So we would have a bench for alcohol testing. That's also the bench where we did ethylene glycol. There was a bench to do drug screening. There was a bench to do drug confirmations, that sort of thing.
And you said that you wrote SOPs. By SOPs, you mean standard
Good
operating
old-
procedures?
Yes.
So you authored the standard operating procedures for the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab?
For some of them, sure.
Now, did you work with a person by the name of Diane McGinn?
Yes.
Tell us about Diane McGinn and how long you worked with her.
Diane McGinn, she was already there when I started there. She was probably the oldest, more experienced analyst that was there at the time. And I worked with her for 16 years.
And did you find her to be a competent and capable analyst?
Objection,
Yes.
Judge, relevance.
What's the objection?
I just said relevance. I don't,
Overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Jamboys.
So that means, did you find Diane McGinn to be a capable and experienced analyst?
Yes.
And you found the results of her tests to be reliable?
Yes.
Now, was there a time that you were called upon to review the work that Diane McGinn did in the case involving the samples obtained from the body of Julie Jensen?
Yes.
And so, and also at some point you yourself tested the samples that were obtained from the body of Julie Jensen. Is that true?
Yes.
So when did you test the samples that were obtained from the body of Julie Jensen?
I tested samples in August of 2003.
And when did Diane McGinn test the samples that were obtained from the body of Julie Jensen?
She tested them in May of 1999.
Now, at the time that you were testing them 5 years later in August of 2003,
Yeah.
did you review the work that Diane McGinn had done?
No, I didn't review it at that time. No.
But you have reviewed it since and in preparation for your testimony here today?
Yes.
Now, can you tell the jury what you do when, or what you did, for example, when you tested the body sample, the samples that have been obtained from the body of Julie Jensen? Let's start with the blood. What did you do when you went to test the blood of Julie Jensen in August of 2003?
So to test the samples, I would have retrieved them from the long-term frozen storage. I would have allowed the samples to thaw. I would have taken small aliquots of the samples, which is a measured amount of sample that's required for the test. The test has two main elements. One is the prep. So we extract the sample and then make a chemical derivatization of the sample in the first part of the prep procedure. And the second part is the data analysis on the instrument. And the instrument we used is a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer, sometimes referred to as a GCMS. And what that analyzer does is it helps us to separate compounds that are present in the sample by identifying by the amount of time they're retained in the system. We get a retention time. And then the mass spectrometer actually fragments the molecule into some characteristic mass fragment ions that we can use for identification and quantitation.
Now, does the gas chromatograph mass spectrometer produce a chromatograph?
It produces both a chromatograph and a mass spectrum. And in the data analysis we did, we selected some of the mass fragments to monitor.
And you did that with Julie Jensen's blood?
I did that with her blood and tissues, gastric contents, and urine.
Now, and Diane,
Okay, the same other way.
you did that with a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer, is that true?
Yes.
In August of 2003?
Yes.
And in May of 1999, Diane McGinn performed those same tests, but with a gas chromatograph flame ionization detector?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what the difference is between a gas chromatograph flame with a flame ionization? Excuse me just a moment. I have to restate the question because the reporter reminds me that I was speaking too quickly, which is a frequent problem that I have. So you need to speak up and I need to speak more slowly. So I'll try this question again. So can you tell the jury what the difference is between a gas chromatograph with a flame ionization detector and a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer?
So a gas chromatograph with a flame ionization
right, okay.
detector.
I've not watched
The
because
flame
of video
ionization
for
detector
years.
uses hydrogen and air to create a flame.
Years and years.
Anything that burns in a flame will
Loved
give
it.
us a response, charged
Great.
ions. And we can use that
There's only one
response.
way to do
It looks like a
this.
triangle, a peak, and it has a retention time. And we can use the area under the peak to measure unknown samples against a sample that we've previously injected of a known amount and a known concentration, a known identification and a known concentration, because we'll get a similar peak at a similar time.
Ages.
Now, when you prepare the aliquot for a gas chromatograph flame ionization detector, as opposed to preparing an aliquot for a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer, is there any difference in the manner in which you prepare the aliquot?
No, the preparation was the same.
Now, when you reviewed the work that Diane McGinn had done in May of 1999, did you see that she'd recorded the chain of custody?
Yes.
And that then she'd obtained the samples and then she prepared aliquots correctly?
Yes.
And she did that correctly as near as you could tell?
Yes.
And then you examined the chromatographs that were produced as a result?
Yes.
And then you looked at the results that she determined, and the results that she reported were the same as what you found when you looked at the chromatographs?
Yes.
And then you also did the testing in August of 2003?
Judge, I'm going to object as to leading. There's been multiple questions.
Overruled, go ahead.
So, well, in August of 2003 is when you did the testing,
Yes.
and you produced the aliquots from the same samples.
Yes, they were the same samples, but different aliquots.
Different what?
It was the same samples. They were frozen. We took them out, thawed them out, and I took an additional aliquot, a measured amount, to do the test.
So you produced your own aliquots
Yes.
for your own test.
Yes.
I'm going to show you this item that's been marked as Exhibit 62, and I'm going to ask you to look at both sides of it, and then I'm going to ask you questions about it, okay?
Yep.
I think I watched Michael the video when he first came out. Might be on.
So, Mr. Krafasi, I'm directing your attention to the first page of this exhibit has two sides to it, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you about the first side first. So it relates to Julie Jensen, tax number 99-1177. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the date in the upper right-hand corner is May 11th, 1999. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what does that mean? What does that May 11th, 99?
That would have been the date that the sample was received and given a case file number.
And then under blood, it says there's it says blood, and then here. First of all, is that document, it states Exhibit 62, is that a true and accurate copy of the report that was produced by the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab concerning the test results of Diane McGinn?
Yes.
And then on the other side, is that the correct result? Is that accurately reflect the results that you obtained when you did the testing in August of 2003?
Yes.
I move Exhibit 62 in evidence subject to cross-examination.
All right, subject to cross, it'll come in.
I request I be allowed to publish it to the jury, Your Honor.
Put it on the screen. 62.
More exhibits that they will never look at.
No, I've blown it up so that it's more easy to read, but in the upper right-hand corner, it says May 1199. Is that correct? And underneath it, there are initials. Whose initials are those?
I don't know.
I can't read
There
them.
may be trouble
In the upper
ahead.
left-hand corner,
We've
there's
got Luna in
initials,
the house.
in
Hi,
front
Luna.
of the date May 18th, 99.
How are you,
Can tell me whose
Trouble?
initials those are?
That would be Diane McGinn.
And underneath the blood, it says blood, and then ml, and then it says
Geo,
3. Does
Luna's
that mean there's 3
trouble.
bottles or
Ooh.
3 milliliters in a
No,
bottle?
3.
She's
That's
she's
usually
lovely.
referring to the amount of milliliters.
So it's 3 milliliters in one bottle, and then 3 milliliters in a purple top bottle.
Right. It was just approximated by visually.
So what's the difference between a bottle and a purple top?
The purple top was also considered a lavender top. I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay, well, then under tissue, well, first of all, under urine, it says 50 milliliters. So there were 50 milliliters in that bottle.
Yes.
And then under tissue, it's checked liver, gastric, and then brain, correct?
Yes.
Now, at the bottom of the report, Diane again lists the ethylene glycol in the blood
Moon.
at
To the
55
moon.
micrograms per milliliter. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, she makes reference to a peak 0.923. Do you know what that's a reference to?
It was a unidentified peak in the
Luna
sample.
is in the moon.
Does
She
that
sometimes.
detract from the accuracy or the reliability
I
of
think she's
the
left.
55
Luna's
microgram
gone.
per milliliter
She
reading
likes to
that was
pop in like
obtained
you,
by the
Joanna.
gas
Pops in now.
chromatograph?
No.
And then under urine or cross from urine, it reflects 720 micrograms per milliliter. Under the blood, it reflects urine with 720 micrograms per milliliter. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then for gastric, it reflects 3,940 micrograms per milliliter. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, under liver and brain, it
Oh, Luna's
indicates
still here. Luna,
ND.
Loopy
Does
Luna.
that mean not
Joking,
detected?
Luna. Only
Yes,
joking.
that's correct.
And then there are a variety of unknown peaks that are referenced there, correct?
Yes.
Now,
Giovanna's our
directing your
welcome.
attention to the other
welcomer.
side of the page,
Yeah, Luna, I don't know who's here. I just see the numbers drop. I just thought that you'd gone. That's all. Sorry, Luna. Honestly, it was there, then
under here,
someone
it
left.
reflects
And because you didn't say hello back,
GCMS-EGL. And what
I
does
thought it
that
was you.
GCMS-EGL stand for?
Oops.
GCMS is the acronym for gas chromatography mass
Someone's left
spectrometry,
again.
and EGL is just an abbreviation for ethylene glycol.
And this is the test that you performed?
Yes.
And it was performed on August 18th, 2003?
Yes.
Is that your initial there?
Yes.
And when you tested it using the gas chromatograph mass spectrometer, you received a blood test result of 50 micrograms per milliliter of ethylene glycol in the blood?
Yes.
And then under here it says something blood F. What is that about?
There was a blood sample that was labeled as femoral blood, and that was tested separately. It wasn't tested when Diane did it.
So you tested it this time, and it tested at 14 micrograms per micrograms per milliliter.
Yes.
And then the urine you tested, it came out at 549 micrograms per milliliter. Is that correct?
Yes.
Which is lower than what Diane McGinn had produced in 1999.
Yes.
And then the gastric contents tested at 4,121 micrograms per milliliter. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then, but you got a reading also with the liver. The liver reflects 51 micrograms per milliliter.
Yes.
And the brain reflected 16 micrograms per milliliter. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now,
Giovanna comes in now.
could you offer an explanation as to why, when you performed the test,
Giovanna shakes it all about,
mass spectrometer,
just like Luna.
you received a
Shakes it
reading
all
on the
about.
liver and brain,
I never know who's
whereas
here.
Diane McGinn had not received a reading or wasn't detected when she
In and
performed
out,
the test
in and out,
using a
shake
gas
it all about.
chromatograph flame
Do the
ionization
bubble,
detector.
turn around. That's
For
what
this
it's all
method,
about.
GCMS offered us a
Whoa.
little better sensitivity for this implementation of the ethylene glycol method. The GC was a little better optimized for it as well. And then we also had data analysis software called Selected Ion Monitoring Software. And that allowed us to look at trace levels better than we were able to
See?
detect
I
with
told
the
you.
integration on the FID.
In and out, shake it all about. Do the hokey pokey, turn around. That's what it's all about. Oh, hokey
You know,
dokey
your numbers,
pokey.
some of your numbers are slightly different
Giovanna and Luna,
from the
you
one
just like
numbers that
twins.
Diane McGinn had, and some of them are more significantly different. For example, let's take the blood. You tested 50 micrograms per
Can't be
milliliter,
shouting at me
and
though.
she found it to be 55 micrograms per milliliter. With the urine, you got it at 549 micrograms per milliliter, and she had it at 720. Can you explain those variations?
I can't. I actually, at the time, I thought the blood matched fairly well because the sample had been stored a long time. The urine is different in that it's lower with the GCMS analysis.
And the gastric is slightly higher?
The gastric was also very similar.
Yeah, because she tested, 3,920, and you've got it at 4,121.
Right.
So that's within the range of error that you would expect on these machines. So the only one that was outside the range of error with respect to the blood and gastric contents in urine, the only one that was outside what you'd consider a normal range of error was the urine.
Yes.
And with respect to the liver and the brain, you attribute the difference to the fact that the GCMS is a more sensitive instrument.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Kravasi. I don't have any further questions.
Who's doing the cross for the defense?
Attorney Krause is.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Krafasi, you said you have been a lab analyst for over 20 years?
I've been a lab analyst since 1977.
So for about 45 years.
Yes.
And during the time that you've been a lab analyst, you've tested many samples that have been sent to you.
Yes.
And you've tested samples that were liquid,
Liquid and
blood,
yes, yes,
urine.
yes.
You've also tested samples that were more trace samples, like came from swabs.
Yes, we occasionally did that.
So that would be if law enforcement or a medical examiner took a swab of an item and sent it to you, you could test that.
Yes, the only time we did swabs, it was more qualitative. It wasn't a quantitative analysis. Sometimes medical examiners would give us nasal swabs if they suspected someone of using cocaine, for example, just prior to death.
And you could take those swabs and actually put them through the GCMS analysis,
Well, there'd be some prep involved.
of course. But you could do that.
Yes, we did that on very rare occasions.
Now, as it relates to Julie Jensen, you are not the individual who actually received the contents of the samples.
I didn't receive I did receive some of the samples. When I looked through the paperwork, it looked like the samples came from two places. One was the Kenosha coroner, and the other was I believe it was the Kenosha medical examiner. They came on the same day, but some came airborne express, and two of the samples came FedEx.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 56.
Oh, Rumble, please chat away, Rumble. Please like the video.
And this
Same on
is
YouTube,
titled
please like the
St.
video.
Louis University Forensic Toxicology. This would be a form that the lab would send, like a medical examiner, to fill out when they're sending samples to you.
That's correct, yes.
And it's kind of like the chain of custody.
Part of it is a chain as the initial receipt of the sample, but the intent of the form is to give us an idea of what testing is needed, what samples are included with the submission form, who it came from. Sometimes they gave history, sometimes not.
I think what you just said is that the form would tell you.
Can we have you sit down and use the mic? All right, take the form back.
I think what you testified to was that the form would give you information on the samples that you received and the testing and what samples were going to be tested.
What samples were available for testing, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to come back up there.
Giovanna, you'd be very similar to Luna, I think.
In the samples that
Probably
say
younger version.
specimens collected 12/4/98, correct?
Yes,
And the samples that are checked are blood, correct?
yes,
Urine,
yes,
brain,
yes,
liver,
yes,
and gastric contents are not actually checked on this form.
that's correct.
And the tests that are requested are ethylene glycol,
Yes,
which means you weren't testing for any other substances,
no,
any other medications,
no,
any other drugs.
no,
It was ethylene glycol was the purpose of your testing.
yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 57 and 58. Do you see those in front of you? There should be a little exhibit sticker on the top.
Yeah.
Exhibit 57 is just the results when your coworker did the testing, correct?
Yes, but this is, it has a supplemental section. So I don't know that this is a report that was out. at that time. This looks like a later report. A later report, yes.
What you see on that report is that it was received in the lab by Diane McGinn on May 11th of 1999.
Yes,
And that's what you had just been talking about with Attorney Jamboys, is that testing that Diane McGinn did.
yes. The samples were received on that date. I think her testing was on the 14th of May.
Thank you. And then it's signed by the head of the laboratory.
Yes,
And that just shows the testing that she did using the device that you spoke about previously.
yes.
I'm going to ask you to look at exhibit number 58. Is that the report after the testing was completed by you?
Yes, because this includes the GCMS analysis.
And what we see on that report is the testing that was completed by your colleague, and then the results from that testing, and then the testing completed by you and the results from that testing.
Yes,
So I'm going to show it to the jury, Madam Clerk, if you could switch me on.
You're showing 58?
Yes.
All right.
Sir, is that what is the document in front of you on the screen? Can you see that?
yes,
And that's actually signed by Dr. Long on September 3rd.
yes,
And as you testified, the difference in numbers is the device that you used or the analysis you did was more accurate.
not more accurate, but more sensitive.
Would it be less accurate?
No,
Would it be as accurate?
yes,
Okay. And the results are different because the GCMS was able to identify substance ethylene glycol in both the liver and the brain.
yes,
The other device did not do that.
that's correct.
Judge, I would move exhibit 56, 57, and 58 in.
Any objection from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right. 56, 57, and 58 are moved in.
Mr. Kerfasi, it'd be fair to say that the work you did in this case was in the laboratory.
Yes,
You didn't collect any samples.
no,
You weren't the one that received most of the samples.
no,
You're the individual who used the device to determine the amount of ethylene glycol in the body.
yes,
And that exhibit number that's up on the screen, exhibit number 58, is the results from that testing that you completed.
yes, yes.
Did you have any conversations with the Kenosha medical examiner prior to your testing?
No,
You didn't talk to any of the detectives prior
No.
to your testing?
no,
Your work was in the lab testing the materials that were provided to you.
yes,
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Any redirect, Mr. Jamboy?
Yes, Your Honor. Now, you'd indicated previously that the gas. Oh, could you switch the screen, please?
Yeah, let me take that off.
So, Mr. Kafasi, you'd indicated that there were two packages that were received when these items were received at the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab. Is that true?
yes,
One of them was received from the Kenosha County Medical Examiner's Office.
yes,
And directing your attention to the screen, the other one was received Airborne Express. This is from the Kenosha County Medical Examiner's Office, correct?
Zoom in.
I believe what I reviewed, the Airborne Express package came from Mr. Berg,
Yes, from the Kenosha County Medical
and
Examiner's
the
Office.
other two samples, the gastric and a blood sample, came from the Kenosha Medical Examiner's Office from the toxicology supervisor.
Now, then there was this letter from Wisconsin State Laboratory of Hygiene, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And they're the ones that forwarded to you.
Oh, yes, that's it. Yes.
Are we marking this as an exhibit?
I'm trying to
Yes,
figure
I'm
out.
going to introduce the thumb drive as an exhibit because I don't have but this refers to blood and gastric specimens from the deceased subject by the name of Julie Jensen, correct?
Yes.
So the gastric contents were also received at that time.
Yes, it was received on the same day, about 15 minutes apart.
I'll have this marked as an exhibit, Your Honor. I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, the thumb drive, and then we're going to let 62 in at this moment then.
Yes.
Any recross?
Just one follow-up. Did you review the chain of custody form as it relates to receiving the gastric contents?
Yes, I noticed that I made a note on the letter that you just showed. I made a note that I had put them into temporary storage and that the package was sealed and undamaged.
And that was on May 11th, 1999?
Yes.
So the information that you received were in two separate packages?
The samples and the submission, there were two submission forms, the one that you showed me and then the letter that was just on the screen.
And all of those samples would have been put under the one case number for Julie Jensen?
Yes.
So that everything would be put in the same place
Yes.
to make sure that all the testing was done on the correct samples?
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All
sir.
right, you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next witness is Allison Kavanaugh, and she is under number 1.
Number 1.
Or, Mr. Jamboy, what number is that exhibit? We just moved in.
For the record, Your Honor, the state would move exhibit 64 into evidence. That's the thumb drive with that information on it.
It'll be received. Thank you.
That's the thumb drive with the St.
The
Louis.
St. Louis toxicology chain of custody.
Thank you.
If you raise your right hand, you solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. Try to get as close as you can to that microphone. Have a seat. And if you could spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Sure. Allison, Alison. Last name is Kavanaugh, Kavanaugh.
And Ms. Kavanaugh, you can feel free to drag the microphone close to your mouth,
Okay.
just so everyone.
Okay.
Thank you. So can you tell us, how are you employed?
I am employed at American Family Insurance Company.
Okay, so American Family Insurance?
Yes.
And what is your job title there?
I'm the life claims manager.
And what are your job duties?
I oversee the team that pays all the death and disability claims for our insureds.
Now, Ms. Kavanaugh, you're here today regarding insurance policies for Julie Jensen, correct?
Correct.
And so you've reviewed the American Family Insurance records in that regard?
I have.
And are these the records that are regularly kept by American Family Insurance?
Yes.
And are these records that you rely upon and other employees of American Family Insurance rely upon to do your job?
Yes.
And is it important that these records are kept accurately?
Yes.
And have you found that American Family's records are accurate?
Yes.
So now, specifically as it relates to Julie Jensen, did she have any life insurance policies on her at the time of her death?
Yes. There were 2 policies.
And what was the amount of each policy?
They were both for $50,000.
So then the total was $100,000?
Correct.
Now, are you aware of the date in terms of the years that these 2 policies were taken out?
Yes, 1992 and 1995.
And did each of these policies have the same beneficiary?
They did.
Who was that person?
The primary beneficiary was Mr. Jensen on both policies.
So you're referring to Mark Jensen?
Correct.
So in the event of Julie Jensen's death, the expected outcome is the policies would be paid out to Mark Jensen.
Correct.
Yes.
And based upon the rules that American Family Insurance follows, a person does not receive the payout from an insurance policy if they are somehow involved in the death, correct?
Correct.
However, if the insured person dies by accident, then there would be a payout, correct?
Correct.
If the insured person commits suicide, there would be a payout?
Correct.
And after the death of Ms. Julie Jensen, did Mark Jensen submit a claim on these insurance policies?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that Mark Jensen was the primary beneficiary. Were there secondary beneficiaries for these policies?
There were contingent beneficiaries listed, correct? Yes.
And is contingent the correct word then?
Yes.
So if the primary person does not get it for whatever reason, the contingent individuals get it?
Correct.
And who were those people?
The lawful, the children born to the marriage of Mark and Julie Jensen.
I have nothing further.
Who's going to do the cross for defense?
Attorney Krause.
Go ahead.
You were not the individual who worked with the Jensens on their policies.
Correct.
You weren't their American Family representative.
Correct.
Were you the individual who dealt with the claim in 1998, 1999?
I was not.
You're an individual who now works with and manages those claims.
Correct.
And after reviewing the records that are kept by American Family, it's clear that both Julie Jensen and Mark Jensen had insurance policies.
Correct.
And Julie Jensen had taken out 2 policies, you said in 1992 and 1995.
Correct.
And the primary beneficiary was Mark Jensen.
Correct.
Her husband.
Correct.
Which is common with insurance policies.
Correct.
And the contingent beneficiaries were their living children.
Correct.
And that's also consistent with insurance policies.
Correct.
Now, are you aware that the claim was started after Mark Jensen and Julie Jensen's American Family representative saw that Julie Jensen had passed away?
Yes.
So from the records that you have, it was their representative, their American Family Insurance representative, that contacted American Family Corporate and let the death unit know that Julie Jensen had passed away.
Correct. The agent provided the first notice of loss, which is common.
There's no indication that Mr. Jensen contacted his agent. It's that the agent saw her death and contacted the beneficiary division.
Correct.
And it was after the agent contacted American Family Corporate that the claim form was sent to Mr. Jensen.
Correct.
And it was at that point that the claim form was filled out.
Correct.
And Miss Jensen is the individual who actually got the insurance policy.
Correct.
Mr. Jensen didn't have an insurance policy for his wife.
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused. Thank you for coming in.
Good. Bang, 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 bang. The way we like it.
We need a short break, folks. 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, I ain't having a break. I want to skip all this. We want to get through this bad boy. Skip that. There's going to be a lunch break in literally an hour and 20 minutes. So that's why I just want to skip stuff. I can't be asked. So, I find it quite hard to concentrate on this trial.
That's his business.
Record on Mark Jensen. The appearances are the same. The jury is not in the courtroom. What do you wish to say, Mr. Jambois?
Your Honor, the next witness, Perry Tarica, has requested that his face not be displayed on TV. So that's the only request. If you do request the key to the camera crew to not record Mr. Tarica's face, I'd appreciate that.
How long is the testimony going to be?
Quite brief. I mean, I don't think his testimony will take very long. I mean, my direct examination might be 15 minutes.
All right, let's not try to show his face. It's only 15 minutes.
Well, my part, I don't know how long their part's going to be. My part will be 15 minutes or less.
Well, how about 2 minutes, 3 minutes?
Close. Don't hold
Close.
us to that.
Okay, let's bring the jury out. Oh. And no photos either. Yeah.
Audio's fine.
Audio's okay.
So there's no cameras going to be on this witness. That's weird. It's the pan on Jensen now, aren't they? Luna? Gio? Are you both here? I'm now going to check up on you both now, don't I? Please like the video. If you haven't done so. Rumble, please like the video. And follow, please. If you're there and you enjoy this. There'll be better streams coming, I promise you. And same with YouTube. Say hello if you want to. So yeah, we're probably just going to be looking at him for the next half an hour or so.
All right, audio's okay.
Damn it, press the wrong button.
Let's say we call Perry Tarica to the stand.
So here we go. Well, so why are they not showing his face? Does anyone know?
Raise your right hand.
I
You
missed
solemnly
it.
swear the testimony is meant to be the
Those
truth,
out.
whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you. Get as close as you can to that microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Perry Tarica, Perrytarica.
Try to get closer to the mic, okay? Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jambois.
Thank you. And Mr. Tarika, did you know a person by the name of Julie Jensen?
Yes,
Could you please describe to the jury how you came to know Julie Jensen and when that happened?
I came to know Julie Jensen when she started working at Dean Witter.
And what year was that?
It's probably somewhere around 1990, give or take a year, maybe.
And you were working at Dean Witter at the same time?
I started before her. Her firm was a firm that she worked for went bankrupt, so their whole office integrated into Dean Witter. It was another firm.
So you were already there, and then she came in with this other group of people.
That is correct.
And how long did you work with Julie Jensen?
See my face instead then.
I would say maybe 2 years, maybe something like that.
And in the course of the 2 years that you were working with Julie Jensen, did you develop a friendship with her?
Yes, very close one.
And at some point, did that become a romantic relationship?
Yes,
And did that culminate at one point with a sexual relationship?
yes.
Tell the jury about that. When did it become a sexual relationship, if you can recall?
I can't recall the timeline. It was after she had her child, maybe about a year after, somewhere around that time.
So David was about a year old,
Yes,
and you had one sexual encounter with her over a 2-day period?
that is correct.
And where did that take place?
At her home in Pleasant Prairie.
And now, at some point during the course of that time that you were with her for that 2-day period, I presume her husband, Mark Jensen, was away at that time?
Yes, he was.
And you, in addition to having sexual relations with her at that time, you were also talking with her and speaking with her?
Yes, it was. Yes, we did.
And do you remember her showing you anything when you were at the residence?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
I think it was on the Saturday, and she all of a sudden she went out to the garage, and then she came back, and she showed me a tape recorder, and she played it. She told me that Mark was tape recording her conversations on the phone, because it was wireline back then. It wasn't cellular, from what I remember. And when she played the tape recording, there was one message on it, innocuous. It wasn't anything of any importance.
Now, is this something she had just found, or is it something she'd known about previously, or did she tell you?
I believe she knew about it previously, because she went right to it, and then she came in. I was surprised, but that and then I told her, make sure you put it back in the very same way she found it, because she played the recording. I had told her to make sure she gets it in the right spot, and she puts it back this very same way.
Now, and after that one episode of that one sexual episode, did you continue to have your relationship with Julie Jensen or not?
No.
What happened?
She called it off. I don't know for what she made a decision, and I accepted it.
So you accepted when she called it off?
Yes.
You are aware that the Jensens made numerous complaints to the police about hang-up phone calls and a pattern of harassment that occurred between 1992 and 1998. You're aware of that?
I'm aware of it. I was not aware of the dates. Okay, this is the first time I'm hearing about the dates, but I'm very much aware of it.
And how did you become aware of them?
Initially, I became aware of it. My boss at the time at Dean Witter had brought it up to me, and he said that there were things going on, and there were phone calls or whatever. He didn't go into a lot of detail, but he said there were. I reread correspondence that I had sent Julie, and in there it said that he had my previous boss at Dean Witter had said that he had looked at my phone records and saw that there were no phone calls going up to Julie's house at the time because they
I
were
would expect
concerned.
this to hearsay.
Sustain.
So, and just to answer the question, you did hear that the Jensens were complaining about hang-up phone calls and a variety of types of harassment, and they were accusing you of doing that, correct?
That is correct. That is correct.
And your boss checked into it and found there were no
Judge, I would
unusual
again
phone
object
calls?
as to hearsay.
Well, it's his personal knowledge as to whether or not there were unusual phone calls coming from his phone.
I'm going to let that question in.
So your boss checked into it and determined there were no unusual phone calls on your phone. Is that true?
Absolutely, that is correct.
I'm going to show you this item that's been marked as Defense Exhibit 60. Have you had an opportunity to review Exhibit D60?
Yes,
And that includes some enclosures and then a letter. Is that true?
that is true.
And tell us about this letter.
I had sent it to letter to Julie's sister-in-law, and it was sent out of friendship and concern because I was concerned when I had heard.
Okay, we'll
yeah.
get to it.
Okay.
So this is a letter that you sent to Julie Jensen, care of Jill Griffin. Is that true?
That is correct.
And when did you send this letter, approximately, if you can remember?
The postmark is January 6th. I can't tell the year, but it was January 6th.
Do you know if it would have been 91 or 92 or something around that time?
It would have been, 91, 92 probably.
Now, in this letter, you address these accusations that you were leaving items around the house and making hang-up phone calls. Is that true?
Yes, I addressed that items around the house, and they said that their picnic
why,
table
sir?
had been
Why?
moved around. Things were moved around the place. And
Is
phone
that
calls.
unusual then?
Now, in your letter, at the time you wrote this letter,
Just
these
seems
matters were
odd.
still very fresh in your mind. Is that correct?
Yeah, I just don't get it.
Yes, as far as what matters, I mean, that's like, yes, it was.
Okay. Particularly as compared to today, many years later, if you wrote this in 91 or 92, your recollection in 91 or 92 is better than your recollection is in 2023.
That is correct.
It's 30 years later.
Yes.
So I'd ask you to read that. First, I'll read it to yourself, and particularly starting
That's just
with the
ridiculous. Hey,
paragraph about halfway down the first page that starts with the
you
word.
don't have a
name
right
Ken
not
Hammer.
to be shown,
Okay.
surely.
Just read that to
Everyone else is
yourself.
shown. Don't get it. Right, okay. Matt World's here. Hey, Matt. I get it. But isn't that a case then that everybody can say, no, I'm not going to film audio only, please? Do you know what I mean? That's what gets me. Because everybody can then go, no, don't want to be on camera. No one wants to be on camera, surely. Well, I mean, some people do. I just think it should be no. You shagged her. So tough. Get on the stand. It's a crazy story, you're right. Hey, Matt. Here is the mug. Look, The mag. Loving it.
How far do you want me to go?
So, so who is Ken Hammer?
Ken
And-
Hammer was
You
my
know?
previous manager at Dean Witter.
And who's Linda?
Linda was his executive assistant.
And they checked your calls
Yes,
and determined there was nothing unusual.
that is correct.
Now, you wrote, I can accept you thinking.
Judge, I would object as to hearsay.
It's a prior recorded recollection, Your Honor, and it's his statement at the time categorically denying that it had anything to do with any of these calls or letters or
It's coming in. Ask your question.
I just think he could ask the question if, instead of reading from the document.
Your objections, for the record, is preserved. Ask the question, Mr.
so
Janway.
you wrote, quote, I can accept your thinking and or believing I was making calls and sending letters because you wanted to believe Mark, and it could be possible. However, I did not. And I don't know who, although I have my suspicion. And who was it that you suspected was making these phone calls and leaving these things around the house?
Objection,
Oh,
speculation.
Was there an objection?
Speculation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Who'd you suspect of doing this?
Oh, Mark, absolutely. She said Mark was weird and strange.
So homely. Just I got it.
You wrote, I can tell you one thing. I have not been up in Kenosha after the last time I saw you. If someone said that they saw me and or my car, they are mistaken, and that is putting it in a gentlemanly manner. Is that what you wrote?
Yes.
And when you say that's putting it in a gentlemanly
Gee.
manner, what do you mean by that?
Well, you know, I guess, you know, I could have gotten angry and you know, been upset, but I was being a
it's
gentleman
weird.
and saying that it wasn't me.
And if you weren't being a gentleman, you would have said whoever said that was
Before.
lying.
Absolutely.
Now, when you sent this letter, where were you living?
I was in an apartment in Niles.
In Niles, Illinois.
That is correct.
And then at some point after that, you moved from Niles, Illinois, correct?
That is correct.
Where did you move to?
North Carolina.
Now, how far is Niles, Illinois from Kenosha?
About an hour drive.
And then you moved to South Carolina or
North Carolina.
North Carolina. And how far is North Carolina from Kenosha?
About 14 hours.
Monte, yeah.
And how long did you live in North Carolina?
Homely.
To 97 or 98.
I don't
1997,
know either.
1998, somewhere
So
around there.
So you moved to North Carolina in what year?
I think it was 92 or 3.
And you lived there until 97 or 98.
Yes.
Now, did you at any time ever make any hang-up phone calls to the Jensen residence?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever make any harassing or obscene phone calls to Mark Jensen's office?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever have access to or leave around the Jensen residence or Mark Jensen's workplace any obscene photos, particularly photos depicting a man's erect penis and a woman's face in close proximity there too?
Absolutely not.
Never, under any circumstances at any time.
Never.
He's like the video we
Now,
found
you
on
said
so.
that Julie ended the affair by, did she call you or tell you in person?
I wish I could remember. I believe it was in person, you know, but I you know, again, it's
I only want you to
Okay.
answer what you can remember.
okay.
Now,
Lovely.
after she told
I
you
was
that
homely.
she was terminating the affair, how much longer did she remain employed at that place?
Oh, I didn't even know that she quit. She just started not showing up. Nobody told me anything. She just wasn't there.
Well, how much time elapsed between the
Oh,
point when
almost
she-
immediately, I think it was. Yeah, it was immediately. It was,
Okay.
yeah.
Mhm. What's this saying?
Did you want to continue this relationship with Julie?
Yeah. More than no money there is. Ugly
Yes.
as fuck.
I would have, but she did not want to.
So what kind of a person was Julie when you were dating her or going out with her? What are you
Objection,
doing with her?
relevance.
Overruled.
What kind of a person was she?
You want me? Okay. Julie was the kindest woman I have ever met in my life. She was a great mother. She loved children. You know, like I said, she was the finest woman I have ever known. And that was just a short period of time. And that was the opinion of many others, because it wasn't only my observation. It was the people that she had worked with previously. They all thought highly about her.
Thank you. Mr. Tariq, I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
Who's doing the cross?
I am.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Tariq, I want to talk to you about that weekend that you spent in Kenosha. Okay.
I'm listening.
You went to the Jensen house for the weekend.
Pardon me?
You went to the Jensen house for the weekend.
Correct.
You initially thought that you might stay for dinner,
Correct.
but you ended up staying until Sunday.
Yes.
You knew that Mr. Jensen was out of town.
Yes.
And after dinner on Friday, Julie Jensen asked you to stay over.
Yes.
And she asked you to sleep with her in her marital bed.
Yes.
And you did.
Yes.
And you spent the entire weekend with Miss Jensen in that home.
Yes.
And as you testified on direct, you had a sexual relationship with her.
Yes.
And that was that weekend.
Yes.
And that include sexual intercourse with Miss Jensen.
Yes.
And it also include oral sex.
No.
It did not.
No.
Do you remember testifying previously in this case?
Yes.
Boy.
Only today that you did not have oral
Yeah.
sex with Miss Jensen?
I don't remember oral sex with her. No.
I guess my question is, do you not remember or it didn't happen?
Do I not remember or it didn't happen? I don't enjoy oral sex. So I would have put a stop on any type of oral sex.
All right. So you remember having sexual intercourse with Miss Jensen. And that same weekend, their child was also in the home.
Yes.
And that was David Jensen.
Yes.
And he would have been, what, around 1 year old?
Yes. Somewhere around there.
And you actually brought toys for David Jensen.
Yes.
Correct.
And you spent time with him.
Yes.
After that weekend and that sexual relationship, she broke it off with you.
Yes.
I know.
And that was a
What
day or
were
two
you doing?
later.
Probably.
She told you not to contact her anymore?
Correct.
She told you not to tell anyone about the weekend you had together?
Correct.
And it was very sudden when she broke off this relationship.
Correct.
You were shocked that she didn't want to continue the relationship.
I don't know if the word shocked is the right word. I accepted what she said.
Disappointed?
Disappointed, yes.
Disappointed that she was going to stay with her husband.
I had mixed feelings.
And Julie Jensen left Dean Witter right after this weekend.
That's to my recollection, yes.
And she didn't tell you she was leaving.
No, she did not.
Someone else told you that she had already left.
I eventually found out, yes, she left.
By someone else.
Yes.
And that was within a day or two after that weekend.
No.
How long was it?
It was a couple weeks, I believe.
So after a day or two, she tells you that she doesn't want you to contact her anymore.
I don't remember exactly when she said it.
I thought you testified under direct that it was 1 or 2 days later that she told you that she didn't want to continue the relationship.
It could have been 1 or 2 days. I don't remember the exactly 1 or 2 days.
It was shortly after that.
Shortly
weekend.
afterwards is better.
I want to talk to you about the time between 1992 and 1997.
Okay.
You had moved from Illinois.
Yes,
You had moved to North Carolina.
correct.
But your contact with Illinois didn't stop.
That's correct.
You continued to have and come back to Illinois.
Yes,
You had a daughter in Illinois.
correct.
You had a sister in Illinois.
Yes,
Your parents were living in Illinois.
correct.
So it'd be fair to say a couple of times a year you would come back to Illinois.
Correct.
And sometimes it would be more depending on what was going on with your daughter.
No,
Never more than 2 times a year.
it would be 2 or 3 times a year,
Okay.
but never more than 1 or 2 days.
That's not what I asked, sir. I asked about times.
Then I misheard you.
Okay. So it's possible, depending on what was going on with your daughter, you would come back more than 1 or 2 times a year.
More than likely, at the most 3, at the most.
Now, you knew Julie Jensen through working at Dean Witter,
Correct.
and you knew that Julie actually studied for and received her Series 7's broker license.
I knew Julie was registered in order to take orders. Yes,
And you need a Series 7 broker's license in order to take orders.
that is correct.
Now, you knew after talking to Julie Jensen during this friendship that Mark Jensen was also a stockbroker.
Yes.
You talk about your families,
Did we talk? Yes, we talked about our families.
talk about your children,
Correct.
and you talked about where Mr. Jensen worked.
No,
So you didn't know that he was working as a stockbroker?
I knew he was working as a stockbroker. We didn't talk about Mark.
So you had testified on direct that Julie had told you that Mark was weird and odd or strange. So
Correct.
you did talk about Mark.
She volunteered that. I didn't ask.
I didn't ask if you asked, sir. I asked if you talked about him.
That was basically it. I didn't want to hear about Mark.
But she did offer
Did offer
information.
this. Yes, she did.
Now, in January of 1992, you received a call from someone in the Pleasant Prairie Police Department.
Give me the date again, please.
Sometime in January of 1992.
I'm somewhere in January 1992.
He would have called you about
Yes.
whether you had been making calls or
Okay.
leaving letters, correct?
Okay.
Do you remember that?
Not really.
Do you remember talking to a law enforcement officer on the phone about letters and phone calls?
I remember when I was down in North Carolina, okay, getting phone calls. I don't remember any phone call from in January.
Only July.
In January of 1992 is when you sent that letter to Julie Jensen.
Correct.
And that was after she had asked you not to contact her.
I sent the letter.
After she had asked you not to contact her.
Correct.
And the letter wasn't the only thing you had sent to her. You also sent a Christmas card.
Yes.
And you received this call
So
from the
such-
Pleasant Prairie police officer who was upset that you had lied to him about contacting Julie Jensen.
Okay, let's go. No,
You didn't receive that call
I
from
rece-
Sergeant Hunter?
I don't remember a call from Hunter. I think maybe in January. I don't recall that call. Okay, I recall. I don't remember when I received the call from him.
Do you remember Sergeant Hunter being angry at you because you had lied to him about whether you had contacted Julie Jensen?
I did not lie.
Do you remember that that's what Detective Hunter said to you, or Sergeant Hunter said to you?
Objections hearsay, Your Honor. He said he didn't lie.
Sustain.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 59.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. Do you know what I was thinking the same there? A bit obsessive, stalkerish. Yeah.
Is that, sir?
Leave me alone, and I'll send you letters. Weird. Well, I mean, it's probably a Mark Jensen 2.0.
Actually, I don't.
You don't remember
Do you like
receiving that
Speedos?
in the mail?
I don't remember receiving it. No.
You don't remember receiving a harassment ticket?
No.
Do you remember testifying about the harassment ticket?
Yes, I do, but I don't remember receiving it.
So you don't ever remember receiving this ticket in the mail from
I-
Sergeant Hunter for harassment?
I remember receiving a citation. Okay, I don't remember what it looked like or what it was. Since I didn't do anything, since I didn't contact her.
So your testimony today is that you didn't contact her.
My definition of contact, okay, the definition that is in the dictionary is physically going to see. I sent a letter to her sister-in-law. That's what I did.
You also sent a Christmas card to her.
Oh, the Christmas card was the letter.
And this citation that you received from the Pleasant Prairie Police Department was for harassment.
Okay,
And it was issued to on January 14th of 1992,
okay,
8 days after you had sent the letter to Julie Jensen.
all right.
In January of 2008, you were subpoenaed to testify in a hearing in Kenosha County.
Okay,
Is that true?
I couldn't tell you.
You don't
one way or
remember
the-
testifying?
Pardon me?
You don't remember testifying?
Ask the question once more time, please.
In January of 2008, you were subpoenaed to testify in a hearing in Kenosha County.
2008.
It was actually in Walworth County.
Oh, okay, yes.
And at that time, you knew there was a warrant out for your arrest.
I didn't know. I questioned it.
You asked the prosecution if there
Yes.
was a warrant out for your arrest.
Yes,
Because you had never paid that harassment citation.
that is correct.
And they told you that they would look into it.
Yes,
And they told you not to worry about it.
yes.
And that it would be taken care of.
They didn't tell me that it would be taken care of. They said they would look at it. Okay, that's basically it.
I'm
I
going
didn't know the outcome.
to refer counsel to the the transcript from January 24th, 2008.
Fucking hell.
Page number.
I believe it's 91 of 130.
Yes, 100%, Joanna. Not by his definition. He's just trying to justify it, but there's no justification for what he did. Stalker.
91 of 130.
Yeah, my page number starts at 188.
22.
222.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe that's not the one, sorry.
Mm.
222.
I don't mind this one. It's interesting to see his mindset. Like, he doesn't think he's a stalker, but I would say he is a stalker, this witness. I think there's a good definition that he's a stalker. I don't think he's a lot better than what Mark
Through
Jensen is.
6.
The Mad World, he said if technology was
Mr. Tarika, you
Up to
testified on
par.
January 24th, 2008.
I wouldn't be surprised if this guy's got dick pics everywhere as well.
I would imagine. I don't have the timeline. in
Get
front
back
of me.
closer to the microphone.
I do not have the timeline in front of me, but if you say I was testified, I testified.
And you were asked about this outstanding warrant.
Okay,
And your testimony was, I told them I thought there was a warrant still outstanding
weird.
for it. The court asked you, what were you
Excessive.
told? And you answered, they said they'd look into it and it would be taken care of.
all right. If that's what I testified, my memory was better then
Right.
regarding it.
And you understood that mean that they would take care of the warrant.
I made them aware of the warrant.
And they said to and they said to you they would look into it and it would be taken care of.
I still don't know what the disposition of that was.
You weren't arrested.
That's correct.
You didn't pay the citation.
That's correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit about this tape recorder incident that you testified to from 1991 or 1992.
Fine.
You said that you were in the home on, and it was that Saturday,
I believe it was Saturday.
and Julie Jensen went to the garage.
Yes.
And was there a phone in the garage?
No, I couldn't tell you if there was a phone or not.
And then she came back in with a tape recorder.
Correct.
And she said, look what I found, or
Yeah.
Mark's been
Check his
recording
computer.
my messages.
Correct.
And was it like a handheld tape recorder?
Yeah, it was a small tape recorder.
It was like a mini cassette?
I don't know if it was a mini one or if it was, it was a small recorder.
Was it the type of cassette that you'd find in an answering machine?
No.
So it was different than a cassette you would find in an answering machine.
Yes.
And how was it different?
As I said, it was a small recorder and it was a tape recorder.
So the handheld tape recorder is not what I'm asking about. I'm asking about that tape cassette. Is it the type that you would find in an answering machine?
I do not believe so. I believe it was a regular one about this big.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to observe their answering machine?
No.
And the message that you heard on the tape was like a message that had been left.
Yes. It was a tape recorder machine. It's about yay big. The tape was about yay big.
Thank you, sir. Now, you talked a little bit about the calls that you had a conversation with your boss at Dean Whittaker.
Yes.
And you testified that they had looked at your phone records.
Correct.
And those were your work phone records.
Yes.
And it'd be fair to say that from 1992 to 1997, you were out of the area.
Yes.
You didn't live in Kenosha.
That's correct.
You didn't live in Racine.
Correct.
You were always outside of the state.
Always.
Now, this weekend that you spent with Julie Jensen, that wasn't the only weekend that wasn't the only time you actually spent with her son.
That's correct.
You had other meetings with Julie Jensen that her son was present for.
There were play dates.
Play dates between her child and your child.
And others.
At your house?
No.
At her house?
No.
What?
Now, you testified that at first you and Julie were friends.
Correct.
And that friendship grew.
Correct.
And it grew as you talked about your friends and families.
And children.
And children. You discussed your brothers and sisters.
We discussed family. I think it was that weekend.
And she told you about her mother.
She briefly touched on it.
She talked about her mother being an alcoholic.
She briefly touched on it. She didn't go into great detail.
And in that packet from the letters that you sent to her, you actually sent her an article about being a child of an alcoholic mother.
Correct.
She also talked to you about who her brothers were.
Yes.
And that's how you knew where Jill Griffin lived in order to send those letters.
Yes.
She told you that her marriage was failing.
She was unhappy.
And you talked to her about how you were unhappy and your marriage was failing.
My marriage was going through a divorce.
And at some point, you talked to her about that.
Yes.
And you actually took her to your divorce lawyer.
Once.
We'll get him on this stream anyway.
One time you took her to your divorce lawyer.
Once, yes.
That's
And
the guy.
at some point she filed for divorce.
Thanks to Sal. He sent me this.
I found out afterwards, yes.
So the witness is this guy. Homely.
You found out afterwards that she had filed for divorce?
I found out after 1999 or something like that. I didn't know that she filed for divorce while we were seeing each other,
Because
or even after until the trial.
because
That's
she
the
had
level of
cut off all
service you get in
contact
this
with you
stream.
That is correct.
Thanks to Sal.
after that weekend.
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Anything from the state?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Directing your attention, I'm going to put that previous testimony in context. So directing court and counsel's attention to page 222, line 2. This was already read to you. The witness, I told them I thought there was a warrant still outstanding for it. The court, what were you told? The witness, they said they'd look into it and it would be taken care of. That's the question and answer you gave in 2008, correct?
Correct.
And then,
Judge, is there a question?
He's
Are we
trying to
just reading
clarify what you crossed on. You
Okay.
can get into that.
I don't have any problem with him getting into it. I just think we should ask Mr. Tarika questions.
I did ask him a question, he gave an answer.
Let's.
I only read from the transcript when he gave
The
a
question
different-
is allowable. You got into it
I don't have any
very
problem with,
deeply.
I don't have any problem with
So
the
don't
question.
object to what he's trying to do with this witness.
May I continue?
Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
The question was posed, witness, they said they'd look into it and it would be taken care of. Mr. Elby, thank you, Judge. Question, have you been told that it had been taken care of? Answer, no. Question, but that's your understanding. Answer, sir, I don't know. So when you were asked about it back then, you didn't know
Yes.
either, did you?
That's correct.
So your testimony then is
Yeah,
consistent with your
3TA
testimony now.
Compton.
That's correct. I still don't know the disposition.
Now, let's talk about this harassment citation that you received from Sergeant Hunter. Did you ever harass Julie Jensen?
Absolutely not. I loved her.
This letter that you sent to her, it had your return address in the upper left-hand corner, correct?
Correct.
And it contained a Christmas card.
Correct.
And that wasn't harassing, was it?
No.
And then it contained, I don't know, an article about a sleeping
He just said
cat
he loved her.
feels the nudge of reality. I don't know why you sent that, but that was in there.
You
And
know,
that wasn't harassment, was it?
no.
And then there was some cartoons that you added, Ziggy cartoons. And then another article, where do nice guys and gals really finish? That was included in there, correct?
Yes.
None of that was harassing, was it?
I didn't believe so. No.
And this entire letter that you sent to her, which starts out, dearest Julie, that wasn't harassment either, was it?
No.
Which is why you never, ever entered a plea of guilty or no contest to a charge of harassment that was issued against you by Officer Hunter.
That is absolutely correct.
Because you didn't harass Julie Jensen.
That is absolutely correct.
And after Julie Jensen told you that she was breaking off the
Maybe.
relationship, you never had any further contact
This
with
is
Julie besides this
crazy.
letter. Is that true?
That is absolutely correct. I respected her.
You never sent any letters to her besides this one?
None.
You never left any penis photos around her house or around her husband's place of business?
No.
Judge, I didn't go into that on cross.
You questioned him that maybe he was back in Illinois for periods of time. So this is all allowable. All
You
your
never-
inferences that you said to him. So go ahead, Mr. Jamboys.
You never made any harassing or hang up phone calls to Julie Jensen or Mark Jensen?
Absolutely not.
No further questions.
Cross.
Thank you. Ms. Jensen asked you not to contact her, correct, after she broke off the relationship?
Correct.
You did contact her by mail.
I sent Julie a card and a letter
In the mail.
in via her sister-in-law
In the mail.
in the mail.
Thank you. And after that, you received a call from the Pleasant Prairie Police Department.
Objection. This has been asked and answered. It wasn't.
We got back into the harassment issue, so I'll give her some leeway here.
Your definition of contact is different than mine. I sent the letter.
Sir,
I
that's not what I asked you. I asked you if you received a telephone call.
Hey, hang on. Let him finish. He was trying to finish. Don't interrupt him. I know you don't like the answer, but let him finish.
Judge, I have no problem with the answer. That's not the question I asked.
But you
So
interrupted him, and you're interrupting me. So let him finish the answer, and then you could say, that's not what I asked you.
I forgot the question.
The question was, and after you had sent the letter, you received a phone call from the Pleasant Prairie Police Department.
I don't remember the phone call, but obviously I did get it. Okay. And go ahead.
And after you spoke to Sergeant Hunter, you received a harassment citation in the mail.
Like I said, yes.
And you didn't enter a not guilty plea to that citation.
I didn't go up. No,
You didn't send a letter disputing the claim.
no.
It turned into a warrant.
I don't know if there was a warrant or not. Okay.
You were concerned that it was a warrant.
Correct.
And at no point were you arrested on the warrant.
No,
And at no point did you pay any citation.
I did not pay any citation. No.
And it was your understanding that the prosecution was going to look into it and take care of it.
Take care
Didn't
of
take
it.
any message.
I'm not asking what that means, but that was your understanding.
They would look into it. You know, as far as take care of it, I would hope that they would take care of it. Okay. But, you know, my testimony in, can I go on, Judge? My testimony in court wasn't predicated on that. I called when I
Like
heard
this-
on the radio what had happened. I called the DA's office and made myself available.
Judge, I would move to strike as unresponsive.
Objection. It was responsive.
It's going to stay in the record. And we're kind of beating this issue way too much. So you want to continue? Go ahead.
I don't want to continue, Judge, but when I ask a question and there's a bunch of extra stuff about him contacting the DA's office that I did not ask, I'd move to strike that as unresponsive.
And I
We were
object.
talking-
I object. I thought his response was a fair response to her question.
I agree. It'll stay part of the record. Let's continue.
So at some point you contacted the DA's office after you found out about Julie Jensen's death?
Yes, I heard it on the radio.
And do you remember who you spoke to?
In the DA's office?
Yes.
No.
Did you give them a statement as to what you remembered?
I left my name and phone number and you know, I don't remember. I would imagine they called me back, but I know I remember that when I heard it on the radio, what had happened to Julie, I called the Kenosha DA and made myself available.
And after you called the Kenosha DA and made yourself available, do you remember if they called you back?
That would be the only way. Yes, yes.
And it was when they called you back that you asked them about the warrant? Or you just talked to them about Julie Jensen?
I could not tell you, but it wasn't about the warrant. It would have been about Julie Jensen. And then the only time I would have mentioned the warrant if I had to come up to Wisconsin, because I wasn't coming up to, I never came up to Wisconsin.
So the only time you mentioned the warrant to the DA's office was when they subpoenaed you to testify in court.
Yes.
Now, when you talked to the DA's office after Julie Jensen's death, did you tell them what you knew about Julie Jensen?
When I told them,
Too much, you know.
what did I tell them? Please, would you?
It's
Did
I
you
only
tell
want to
them
remember
what you
what
knew
he
about
wants.
Julie Jensen?
They would have asked me. You know, when I told them I wanted to help, they would have asked me. It's 30 years ago.
Right.
Okay, but they would have asked me what I knew, or they would have had questions, so they would have asked me.
And you would have answered those questions.
Absolutely.
And it was just to the DA's office, not to law enforcement?
I didn't talk to law enforcement. Okay, other than when they called me twice in North Carolina.
Okay, nothing further, sir. Thank you.
All right, we're done with this witness.
We are, Your Honor. I don't have further questions. This
We're
one.
done with this witness. I'll say it again. You can go, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Didn't like it. Well, the
Who's
pre-judge
the next
didn't like it
witness?
because he's dodgy.
So we'll be continuing with Jason Ruff now.
Who's that?
Jason Ruff, the computer analyst.
You're gonna bring him back?
He's here, so he's
All right.
ready to.
So I think we've got about another half an hour to go. 40 minutes before lunch. Yeah, I didn't like that. I don't like the fact that he wasn't on camera either. I like the fact that he was still in love with Julie. I mean, I think he's just as bad as everyone else. So oh yeah, now it's coming up. Okay, now it's coming up. I'll go back to normal now. I just thought I'd come closer because they weren't showing anybody, so you can see my face instead. But now we're going back. Hello, Rumble. Thank you, Rumble. All right, everyone, listen tightly.
I'm gonna swear you in again, Mr. Ruff. You raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. Anytime you're ready, Miss McNeil.
So, Mr. Ruff, I was asking you when we broke yesterday, I was asking you some further follow-up questions about the Excel internet history that you had created. So I'm just going to direct your attention to the screen.
Yes. And he didn't finish. Did not finish.
All right. So again, is this the most complete version of the internet history that you were able to determine from the Jensen home computer?
Correct.
So now there's obviously we showed you a lot yesterday, but there's some items in this internet history that were not in yesterday's presentation, correct?
That is correct.
And
yes.
those are the items without HTML files.
That is correct. Yes.
All right. So did you, when reviewing the internet history of this computer, see things that appeared to be attempts to access pornography sites?
Yes, I did.
So directing your attention to line 2240 of this exhibit, is there a search that is contained in that line?
Yes, there is.
And was it a search for dick size?
That is correct.
Now I'm going to move to line 2219. Now looking at that particular line, is this another pornographic search?
It appears that way, yes.
And this one at the end of that line particularly references oral sex or fellatio?
It does.
Now directing your attention to line 2121 of that spreadsheet, does this appear to be a website that is accessed that is pornographic in nature?
It appears that way.
And it's www.erectguys.com?
That is correct.
And so I'm certainly not going to ask you about all of the various sites of this nature that were accessed, but in particular, you did see websites accessed that would be consistent with nude males who were erect?
Yes, correct.
And then with oral sex?
Correct.
All right, so now I'm going to move further up in this document. So looking at line 604 of this document, I'll try to put it near the top. Did you see a website that was accessed that was asperlineLogHomes.com?
Correct.
And then moving further up.
Just want to see what sites do they still exist or not. Poor guy, this
Now,
guy. He didn't deserve any of
looking
this.
at line 508 of this document,
Goes
I'm
into
putting
work
that on
one
the
day
top
and just
again.
opens up a file and
Do you see another Yahoo search reflected here?
I do, indeed.
And this would be on 11/22/1998 at
You're welcome,
5:01
fucking
p.m.
Spinacle also, chirping out.
And was that a search for drug
Well
interactions?
It was.
Spinacle, jumping straight in.
And does that appear to be part of a browsing
Dead eyes
session
after
where
dead
an
eyes.
Atomy Atom was accessed,
Yes, yes, it does.
including that particular poison button that we talked about?
Yes.
It's Mark Jensen, it is, yes.
Then just going up a little bit further. Looking at lines 502 and 503, some prescription drug site is being accessed. Does that look correct?
Yeah, on rxlist.com. Correct.
And during that same browsing session, it appears?
Correct. Correct.
And then the way the line 503 ends, it's the drug equals BENAD.
Yes.
And then going up to line 499, again with the RX list, does that end with DIHYDRAM?
It does.
And then it's a .htm.
Correct.
All right, so I'm going to move up a little bit further.
What does he search for?
So on 11/26/1998 at 11:06 p.m., if we look at line 473 and then also line 471, there appears to be a search for potassium chloride.
Yes.
And then shortly thereafter, some website is accessed about pool solutions.
That is correct.
Now moving up a little bit further. Referring now to, this would be lines 445 and
officer behind you going, oh,
446.
fuck.
Does it appear that a website is accessed for Sierra antifreeze?
It does.
And this is taking place at 4:21 a.m.
Correct.
And then
come on.
Moving up a little bit further. we start seeing on December 2nd of 1998, we start seeing internet activity at 4:31 a.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
So it appears that the user at that time is accessing websites about Volvo cars.
Correct.
And then just a few minutes later, the user goes to the RX list again, correct?
That is correct.
And a break about 20 minutes. And we'll have about 45-minute break for lunch.
And is this what we saw on the presentation, the rxlist.com, where paroxetine or that Paxil website is accessed?
I believe so, yes.
And so that's right after the Volvo car website?
Correct.
No. No one in his family, no
Now,
one's there supporting
regarding
him.
this Jensen home computer, I'm just going to have another quick question about that. Did you see amongst the installed programs on that computer TurboTax?
I did not, no.
So you saw Quicken, and we talked about Quicken, but you didn't see TurboTax?
I did not.
Okay, so now I'm going to move on to a couple other devices that you accessed. So did you review 2 computers that were seized from the Stiefel workplace in 2002?
Correct, yes.
And is it your understanding that one of those devices was Mr. Jensen's personal computer?
Correct.
And then another was a work computer from there?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be item G and item F.
Correct.
Now, for both of those devices, did you do the same type of review as you did for the Jensen home computer in terms of making sure it was an accurate forensic image?
I did, yes.
And then in your review of both of those computers, did you find pornographic images in both?
I did.
Now, specifically, I would like to direct your attention to item F, which would have been the personal computer. And I'm going to show you the next slide and let me know what this is supposed to represent, this image here.
So this image is from that computer itself. It's a screenshot from a program that we use called X-Ways, which basically lays out the entire file structure of the computer that was seized. In this specific file, I have it open so that the images folder is open. And you can see that there are various folders in there within the images folder. And I believe in total 811 files in that master file.
Okay, and then just a kind of a closer up view of that on the next slide. So are these files that we're seeing, these folders, they contain images? So you mean like pictures?
Correct.
And these files are by no means automatic computer files, right?
Absolutely not.
They're created by the user of the computer.
Correct.
And these images appear to be categorized.
Yes.
So for instance, there is a folder that's called D average.
Correct.
Containing images.
Yes.
And then a folder that's called D large containing images.
Correct.
That's with
and
D
then we see a
large.
folder that's called D small. also containing images?
Correct.
And then there's various folders labeled oral with
Yes.
numbers after them.
Yes.
And then there's also a folder called favorites, correct? And do all of these contain images?
They do.
So did you do the same thing with this particular computer in terms of creating a virtual machine so we could see what the photos looked like?
I did, yeah, to represent what it would have looked like when you opened up the folder itself.
Okay, to see what the folder looked like.
Correct.
And to be clear, for this aspect of your testimony, Mr. Ruff, you actually did look in these folders and look at the images, correct?
I did, correct.
But for the next video, we're going to see we're not opening those images, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so now we see it more as the user, well, really as the user would have seen it, these categorized folders.
Correct, yes.
Okay, so when you looked at the images in D average, what were they?
Penises.
And also D large?
Same thing, male genitalia.
And then D small?
Again, penises.
What about what was in favorites?
Favorites, it was just more pornography, penises, naked people in general.
And then in these folders that are labeled oral, what did that depict, those images?
Oral sex.
And so was that a female performing oral sex on a male?
Correct.
All right, so now on this computer, did you also examine what was in the recycle bin?
I did.
And did you take an image of what was in the recycle bin?
I did.
And did you see that there was various things that were apparently deleted or put in the recycle bin?
Yes.
Okay, so what is this icon that reads "come on her face"?
That is an internet file, so like a link to an internet file. I'm assuming, well, yeah, it's a link to an internet file.
And the thing below it, free pics of big cocks, is that the same thing?
That is the same thing.
All right. In this computer, did you also, using the virtual machine, did you also see what was tagged as a favorite on the internet?
Correct.
All right. And so I'm going to show that next. And again, this doesn't contain images, correct?
No.
And so there was a folder on the internet that was, this is kind of hard to see, but that was labeled smut.
Yes.
Smut.
And then it had various seemingly pornographic websites connected to that.
That is correct.
Now, looking at this particular computer and also the other computer that was in the office in 2002, were you specifically asked to look for any references in those two computers for the phrase warm Irish eyes?
Yes.
And what did you see when you looked for that?
So I found internet history related to warm Irish eyes in it's called the redirect internet history. So it'd be sort of like if you go to a website, you click on something and then something else opens up, or let's say you log into an email or something like that, and then it redirects you to that URL. It was in that URL string.
Okay, and so what did that suggest to you that warm Irish eyes was connected to?
It was tied to some sort of Yahoo mailbox, email box.
Okay. Now, in this case, did you also examine items that were referred to as zip disks?
I did indeed, yes.
And so what is a zip disk?
So a zip disk was kind of a very somewhat short-lived. If you remember what a floppy disk sort of looked like, zip disk was basically like a floppy disk in what it sort of looked like. You needed a special thing to actually read it on your computer. But essentially what it is like a precursor to what we would think of as thumb drives, USBs, and things like that. It was just a bigger way to store information and transfer it between computers that had the ability to read those disks.
Okay, so today we wouldn't use zip disks. We would use thumb drives.
That is correct.
And in terms of this particular item, there was 5 of them. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on one of them, did you see various images that were saved?
Yes, I did.
And did you actually also on that same item, did you see emails that were saved?
Yes.
Okay, so, and again, is this based upon your review of the images made by Brad Haller?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so now looking at the next image on the screen, is this what you found on one of those zip disks?
Correct.
Okay, and so what is this?
So that is an email that was pulled off of the actual zip disk itself that was saved onto it.
Okay, and is this how the user would have seen the email?
For the most part, they wouldn't have seen like the header and footer on the bottom, so they wouldn't have seen like that long string of kind of where it says content type HTML. It would have been rendered in whatever mailbox they would have been reading it in.
But in terms of the top section from
Correct.
to
Yes, correct.
the subject,
The subject and the content, yes.
and in this particular email that was sent, the subject was, quote, my dick, unquote.
Correct.
And then the only content of the email in terms of typing in it is missing it
Yes,
with a bunch of question marks.
correct.
Now, on this zip disk, was like this an actual like email file?
Yes.
So it wasn't like a screenshot of an email?
No, it was the actual email file.
And so because it was the actual email file, were you able to actually see the email address from where this was sent from?
Correct.
And so this was sent from the email address of mjensen@execpc.com.
Correct.
And it was sent to the email address of mjensen@execpc.com.
Correct.
And so I take it back in 1998, one could send an email to oneself just like you can today.
That is correct.
But it appears that the names here are changed. The email address is the same, but the names are different. So could the user just change these names for from and to?
Correct.
So whoever sent the email could have just typed in the new
Correct.
names. And so now, given that this is an actual email file, we can see that, the from and the to, and we can also see the names of the attachments.
That is correct. Yes.
And this particular email, it had, I believe, 8 attachments. Is that correct?
That is true.
And they all have the names hung one
Yes.
and then just numbers after them.
Yes.
Okay. This email did have pornographic images attached to it.
Correct.
Okay. And you've seen those.
Yes.
Okay. And so now I will be showing what was attached to this email. Does this slide accurately show 4 of the 8 attachments to this email?
It does.
And does this next slide show the next 4 attachments to this email?
It does.
Okay, so now there's 3 emails that were on this disc, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So this next email, this is now from Monday, April 13th, 1998.
That is correct.
And it's also appears to be from Turtle to Mark Jensen.
Correct.
Okay, and then just to read the content of this email, it says, here's a few for Jay of me soft. Also a shot I took without her knowing it of a married girl in the office I'm currently doing at a nearby hotel. Is that accurate in terms of what the content of this email read?
That is accurate.
And again, this wasn't a screenshot of an email, it was an actual email saved.
It was an actual email, yes.
So then you can see who sent or the address from which this was sent.
Correct, yes.
And just like the last one, it's from M. Jensen to M. Jensen
Correct.
with the names changed.
Yes.
And then just like the last one, this one also has pornographic images attached to it.
That is correct.
And this one has 4.
Correct.
And it just continues along with the numbering of hung 1.
Yes.
So 1 is hung 1 and the last 2 are just hung with numbers after them.
Yes.
And then there's also an image that is labeled 2 hidden 20. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so does this email, are these images pornographic?
They are.
And did you see them?
I did.
Okay. So showing you what was attached to the email on the next slide. So does that accurately depict what was attached to that email?
It does.
Okay, so now looking at the third and final of these emails. This one also indicates that it's from Turtle to Mark Jensen. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the subject for this one is what you want to see.
Yes.
And the date would be Thursday, 30th of April, 1998.
Correct.
All right. And then in terms of the content of this email, this one has a little bit more. So the first line is that want to see more ?
Yes.
And then the next is don't believe it's me ?
Yes.
Don't expect me to show my face, but had the forethought to personalize for a couple of pics. Enjoy.
Correct.
Or as the case may be or is, feel bad.
Yes. Yes.
And then there's numbers 1, her place while hubby gone before doing me online.
Correct.
Number 2, at the motel near office where I do the office girl.
Correct.
Number 3, me outside bathroom door at motel.
Correct.
And then 4, 5, 6, her place on cam. Sliding doors are across from where she is sitting in prior pic. Other side of pewter. Note the post-it. Note on her shoulder. Enough said.
Yes.
Okay. And then this one, we can see the actual email too.
Correct.
So once again, this is from M. Jensen to M. Jensen.
Yes.
And the names have simply been changed, or at least the initial name was changed to Turtle.
Sorry. Correct.
And so we can see that there are attachments to this email as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this one has 6.
Yes.
All right. And did you look at those attachments?
I did.
And did they contain pornographic images?
They did.
Okay. So looking at the next slide. Does this accurately reflect the pornographic images that were contained attached to that email?
Yes.
And then looking at the following slide, does this contain the other 2 images attached to that email?
Correct.
And the content of that email, it said something about a Post-it note?
Yes.
Okay, so if we zoom in on the Post-it note, does that, I know it's a little bit hard to see, but does that say, hi, Jay?
It does.
All right, and then also on the zip disks, did you see screenshots that were saved of the zip disks?
Correct.
Or screenshots that were saved on the zip disk?
Yes.
Okay. And so I take it back in 1998, it was possible to take a screenshot of a computer?
Yeah.
But back in 1998, that was far less common than today?
Yes, far less common.
However, that is what you discovered and saw on this disk.
Yeah, there were several screenshots that look very similar to this, just different writing and pictures, obviously.
And so did those contain pornographic pictures?
Yes.
And so this just appears to be like the background of a computer?
Correct.
And so because it's a screenshot, that's what the user could see on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, and so what's centered in the middle here, does that appear to be some kind of pornographic related chat?
Yes, some sort of chat, video chat website or application.
So whatever existed back on the internet in 1998?
Yes.
And one of these individuals is labeled Hung One?
That is correct.
Now also open in the background of this screenshot, do we see a program?
Yes,
And that is Trading Expert Pro for Windows?
that is correct.
Is that a stock trading program?
I believe so.
Now we're returning for a second back to the Jensen home computer. Did you take a look at the Jensen home computer and determine whether you saw the M. Jensen email address on that home computer?
I did.
And is this slide going to show us a video of what you saw?
Yes, the slide will show you the email address and account information as it relates to this computer.
So in the Jensen home computer, we have the name that was input of Mark Jensen and then the mjensen@execpc.com email address.
Correct.
And how did you access this screen of the home computer?
Through the virtual machine.
And then what did you have to click on to actually get to this screen?
I had to go into the actual systems control panel, so it's called the same thing nowadays, and then just went to the mail icon and clicked through basically the indicators.
And now we saw several emails in the Jensen home computer, one of which was this email from M. Jensen at execpc and then to Kelly Labonte.
Correct.
And it had to do with this article from The Street.
Correct.
And this was also the article that he appeared to send to other people at Stiefel?
Yes.
But this particular email is particularly to Labonte K?
Correct.
Okay, and in terms of the content, what was put in this email, is that right here where it says, hey, can't forget about you, can't, don't want to, IMY?
Yes.
And then above that, the email from Turtle,
Correct.
mjensen at execpc.com.
That is correct.
She's going to be
So,
minute.
Judge, I believe this State's Exhibit 55 has been moved. I think 54, which was the resume, was not moved yet, so I would move that exhibit.
All right, 54 is in.
And then I don't have any further questions.
Who's doing the calls for the defense?
I will be your attorney runner.
All right, I think it's a good time to take our lunch break then. All right, 1:15, folks.
Right. We'll be back in 45 minutes. So I can get a good break in. So there we are. Got handcuffs on him every time. So I'll take you to there, pause it. That means there's another 3 hours and about 15 minutes after that then. So we should be done fairly early tonight. 7:30. 10 UK time. So with that, guys, because of not much time, I'm gonna go off. Right, I will, and also it's a replay, so whatever. Right, Giovanna, I'll see you later. I'll see you guys in about 45 minutes. Oh, what have I done? Wrong one. Damn. Still here for a little bit. Should be 6:30. Here we are. Save. Right, it goes. Right, catch you all. Okay. Hello, beautiful people. Hope you're all okay. I'm just gonna leave that there. I'm gonna start bang on 7:30 because that's the way I am. Spider Girl, we said done. Hopefully, can actually watch without all buffering. Happy days. Glad to hear that, Spider Girl. Nothing worse than buffering. I mean, I get buffering on this, but it's normally from low. Well, maybe a little bit on my end as well, maybe. But I got really good broadband, so it shouldn't be an issue on my end. Um, all right, then. Just checking that. I'll say 3 more minutes. We're starting, so I ain't waiting for no one because I don't think we need to. We said 7:30. We're starting, so we'll be back starting at 7:30. Bam, 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 bam. Do, 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 do. That's a good one. That was really hard to say. Oh, bum 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 bum. Right, are you ready, Rumble? Yes, you are ready. Are you ready, YouTube? You're probably not, but fuck it, we're going anyway. Let's get ready. Let's get ready. Let's get ready. Get that over here. That's my drink. Get this. Okay. We've got another minute, then we're going. Okay, with that, we're going to start back up. So, I mean, it's not going to be bang on because I'm just still playing this. I think we've got a little bit of leeway, like a minute before they really start back. He's just finishing eating. Oh, he's doing something. I don't know what.
I feel like
All rise for the jury.
Okay, that's fine. Set now.
We are back on a record on Mark Jensen, 2002 CF 314. We are starting the afternoon calendar today and the cross-examination of Jason Ruff. And it's my understanding, Ms. Renner, you're doing the cross, correct?
That's correct. Thank you.
Anytime you're ready.
All right.
Follows
So,
on.
Mr. Ruff, I want to talk a little bit first about computers from 1998.
All right, sounds good.
So these computers back in 1998, if they had internet access, it was a dial-up modem, correct?
That is correct.
And so the dial-up modem, you had said, made a funny sound when you logged it in,
Yes,
Yeah.
and it's kind of that quintessential, really obnoxious sound.
very obnoxious. Yes.
Okay. And a dial-up modem actually plugged into a phone line.
That is correct.
So whereas today we tend to have cable lines or DSL lines or something like that that comes to our computer,
Correct. Yes.
this actually went directly to the same phone jack as your telephone.
Yes.
And that means that when you are working on the internet or looking at stuff on the internet,
That is correct.
and anyone who called you would get a busy signal
Correct.
because there was no access if you were on the internet.
That is true. Yes.
All right. Now, dial-up also had slower load times than we have today.
Yes, it did.
In fact, if you were downloading a movie back then all day,
If that, maybe longer.
right. And whereas today we have Netflix where we can watch it directly from the internet.
Correct.
And as we said yesterday, Netflix used to actually send out discs in the mail as opposed to actually being able to stream from an app on your computer.
That is correct. Yes.
Now, I have a question about hard drives and whether they can be broken by a magnet.
It's always possible. It's be hard to do that. You need a very strong magnet.
Right. It requires a magnet that can create like 450 pounds of force.
Something like that. Yeah.
And a magnet, even a big magnet that can pinch your fingers has about 7 pounds of force.
I would have to go with you on that. I'm not sure.
100%.
Right. So
I was about for it.
you
It's
actually
okay.
would need something called a neodymium magnet.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
And even those magnets might not be strong enough. Is that correct?
Sure. Yeah.
So this isn't something you could do with a magnet off of your refrigerator.
Very, very unlikely. Yes.
So the computer at the Jensen's home had one user on it,
Yes.
and that was the buddy user.
That is correct.
So anyone in the home that would log in would be using that buddy user.
Anybody using the computer would be under the user buddy.
And there was no
Happy days, way to
passwords
go.
set up.
No.
And let's talk a little bit about passwords.
Okay.
So today, passwords are a big deal, right?
Yes.
Making sure that your password is complex enough that nobody would be able to guess it.
Yes. Correct.
And we always tell people, don't write down your passwords and leave it next to your computer.
That is correct.
And then most websites or email servers, for example, will have requirements of your password these days.
Yes.
Like you have to have at least one capital letter and one number, one special symbol, something like that.
Yes. Yes.
That wasn't the case in 1998, was it?
No.
This awareness of keeping passwords secret wasn't a thing back then.
That is correct. Yeah, it was not.
Most people actually kept a list of their passwords right next to their computer.
I wouldn't know, but yeah, I'm assuming people would write it down. Yeah.
Well, you were in elementary school.
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
said.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, when we're trying to figure out who was looking at a specific web page or something on a computer, one of the easiest ways to do that, obviously, would be if they had separate logins on the computer.
Absolutely.
And otherwise, we can look for like social media
Yeah. Yes.
or some other identifying thing.
Correct.
Let's say back in 1998, we didn't have as much social media, did we?
Yes. There wasn't as much social media.
Yeah, no Facebook.
Nope.
No Instagram.
Nope.
No Snapchat.
That is correct. Yep.
We did have MySpace.
I do remember MySpace. Yes.
Did you have a MySpace?
I did for a short amount of time.
But nothing on your
Witness is quite
examination of
nice.
the Jensen computer showed any social media.
No social media that I could see.
Now, when you're getting evidence from a computer, you write block that.
Correct.
And write blocking basically makes it so that you can tweak the computer without it actually changing the original hard drive.
For the most part, yeah. So write blocking, essentially, it'd be sort of like the digital equivalent to putting like gloves on your hands in a crime scene.
Okay, so that's really important.
Yes, it's important.
And I think on direct, you said that turning on a computer without write blocking is a huge no-no.
Yes.
And all the computer analyst staff knows you never turn on a computer without write blocking.
That is correct.
And in fact, there's trainings given to law enforcement so that they don't turn on the computer without write blocking.
Correct.
And in fact, there's only one very limited exception to that rule, isn't there?
Yes, usually. Yes.
Yeah, and that rule is that we only turn it on if we believe there's going to be evidence where we could save a living person who is in danger.
Correct.
Other than that, you don't do it.
No, you should not do it.
And that's because it's possible to lose evidence.
Potentially. The biggest fear with that is timestamp changes, specifically in system files. But
Yeah, so that's what we're talking about, the last written dates.
yes,
And the last access dates can also be changed.
they would be changed on those files that were accessed. Yes.
Right. So then you wouldn't be able to tell when a person on that computer actually last accessed a program.
Well, it's good to know.
For the most part, yes, correct.
It's more
And
cool.
you
I think, as
also
well.
can end up overwriting data that's in the unallocated space.
That is correct. If you're recreating things or things like that, you would overwrite in unallocated space.
Right. So even on startup, there's files that are created.
Correct.
And when those files are created, I believe there's 4 of them. Is that right?
Yes.
And I believe those are the system.dat, right?
Yes.
That's
And
world.
then there is a user.dat,
Yes.
Oh, you missed it.
win.ini,
Yes.
and then system.ini.
Yes.
And these all end up being saved into a cabinet file.
Yes.
Now, this is actually a larger cabinet file because system.dat and user.dat are pretty big files, aren't they?
Yes. Yes.
Now, you're aware that this computer was started on December 17th,
I am aware. Yes.
and it was started without write blocking.
Correct.
And so when they started it up, we created those 4 files in that cabinet file.
Yes. You created an updated version of those files from the last. Yes.
And there's also Quicken backups that happened on December 17th, right?
Correct.
And did you actually see those Quicken backup files?
I did not know.
Well, you're aware that you're not the first analyst to look at this computer,
Yes.
at any of these computers that we're talking about today.
Correct.
In fact,
Wow,
there was
Linkin Park.
at least 2 prior analysts.
That sounds about right.
I
Yeah.
think it'll rock
Martin
in.
Koch
Yep.
and a Rhonda Mitchell, right?
Yes.
Now, when you did your analysis of this computer, did you look at what they did in this matter?
I read over their testimony and saw some of their reports and everything like that. I didn't go through absolutely everything that they did, though.
So you are aware that so you read Martin Koch's testimony?
Yes, yes.
All of it?
If I recall correctly, yes, I read all of it.
So you're aware that he did find the Quicken files for the home account, right?
Correct, yes.
And in fact, he prepared a log or printed out a log of that account?
I believe so, yes.
I'm going to show you now Exhibit D65.
Okay.
Usually still be my music, but they were good back in the day. Should be more mellow now.
Do you recognize what this is?
I actually do not, to be honest.
Okay. What does it look like?
It looks like some sort of balance sheet.
For a checking account, right?
Correct.
And you recall in Martin Koch's testimony in 2008 that he indicated that he was able to access the 3 different accounts from Quicken.
Correct, yes.
And the first was the Jensen account.
I'd have to go off of recollection at that, yeah.
But that was there was an investment account under Jensen.
That's what I heard, yes.
And then there was an investment account under Sorensen.
Yes.
And then there was a checking balance account that was called Home.
Yes.
And does that appear to be an investment account?
If they say
no, it does not.
It's a checking balance sheet.
Yes, looks like a personal checking.
So that would be the home account?
I would have to take your word for it that it's the home account, but yes.
I'm now showing you Exhibit D66. Do you know what D66 is?
So I haven't seen this, but I remember it from the testimony.
What is that?
This appears to be the Quicken backup files or the Quicken files.
And it shows that there was backups done on each of the Quicken accounts, right?
Correct.
And the home account, there's a number of backups that were completed.
Yes.
And that includes as late as November 30th in the afternoon.
Yes.
Are you aware that that was a weekday?
Yes.
And then there was November 28th at 3:42 p.m.
Yes.
And that's also a weekday?
Correct.
We've got November 11th at 2:52 p.m.
Hold on, let me look.
Having trouble finding that one?
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. Can you find the October 19th at 10:52 a.m.?
Did you say October what?
19th?
19th? Am I looking at this wrong? I don't see the October
Okay.
19th on here.
But it's fair to say that there were backups
There were
of the Quicken
backups.
account for home happening.
Correct.
And they were happening on weekdays during the day?
Correct.
Additionally, there's backups for the Sorensen files that happened on weekdays as well.
Correct, yes.
And during those magic business hours that we talked about yesterday between 8 and 5?
Correct.
Quicken, you don't have to be on the internet to use Quicken.
No, you do not.
In fact, the Quicken program runs perfectly fine without internet.
It does.
And when you are leaving Quicken, it gives you the option of whether or not to back up, right?
I'm not 100% sure on that.
Would that make sense?
That would make sense. Yes, it would make sense.
Fair to say you're not an expert in Quicken,
That is fair to say. Yeah.
especially Quicken 98?
Yes. Yes. I tried to do my research on it. There's not a whole lot there from 98.
Now, on that last backup sheet, you can see that there was backups done on December 17th, right?
Correct.
So on December 17th, someone went into Quicken
Correct.
and ended up backing up all 3 of those accounts.
That is, yes, that's what it shows.
And so when you do a backup like that, that's more data that is being saved onto the allocated space.
Correct.
Now, when you save something into allocated space, that can push other items out of unallocated space, right?
Well, overwrite. Yes. Yeah.
Overwrite?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not really a pushing, it's more of a writing over it.
Yes.
And the more things that you do on the computer when you have it started up, the more data that could be overwritten.
That is correct. That's
So in this case, turning on that computer on December 17th made a couple of problems in your analysis. Is that true?
it did cause some issues. Yes.
The first is what we're just talking about here is when they created files, they actually overwrote potentially some things that were in the unallocated space.
Yes. Potentially overwrote or partially overwrote.
And those are things that unfortunately we can just never get back.
That's correct. Yes.
They're gone.
Correct.
And additionally, we talked a little bit about this, but I want to talk a little further about it. This 20-day rule.
Yes.
What is the 20-day rule?
So the 20-day rule, especially in some of the older computers with internet history files and things like that, those system files will automatically start overwriting the older files after 20 days, just as a means to basically maximize the space that you have on your computer.
So when you turn something on December 17th, there's the potential for overwriting anything before the 29th of September.
There is a chance, although
November.
Yeah, no, I there is a chance, but the likelihood, because it would go into the unallocated space when it's overwritten, it's not double overwriting itself. So it would just be moved into that unallocated space.
Right, and then anything that you did on the computer has the potential to overwrite it.
Potentially the older stuff. So, for example, if you're going into a certain file on that day, updating it, it would update the older stuff related to that file folder.
And unfortunately, because it's just gone, you can't even tell us what that would have been.
For the most part, no. There's something called slack space, which is also a type of unallocated space. Because of how a hard drive is made up, it's usually made up in clusters of amounts of data, and sometimes files do not fill up those entire clusters. So there's space at the end of the files that is open that you can get, but for the most part, you can't recreate everything.
So if we thought about the unallocated space like a bunch of blocks,
Yes.
then if I delete a file and it doesn't fill up in a block entirely, the next thing I delete could potentially take up part of that block as well as part of another block too.
It'd be somewhat more the other way around. It would be, so data is stored in those blocks. When you delete it, those blocks remain the same. And then if you start writing over it, then it starts filling up that block space.
All right, so I had it backwards,
Yes, yeah.
but basic
Yes,
idea.
yes, I got, yeah.
And so if the unallocated space gets rid of one cube, there could be potentially full files that are gone, but some are partially still there.
It's possible, but those files would have had to already be deleted.
Okay. And I'm just talking about unallocated space.
Yes. Yes, if there's a deleted file in unallocated space, yes.
So that's why you say that sometimes you can partially recover
Correct.
things from unallocated space.
Correct.
Now, a few times during your direct examination, you talked about from what I could recover.
Correct, yes.
And that's because you don't know if there's things that weren't recovered out of unallocated space as they were overwritten.
Yeah, there's no way for me to know what isn't there.
Now, going back to the Jensen computer, we talked about some ways to know who is sitting in front of a computer.
Correct.
Right. And because there was no social media or anything like that on this case, you actually have to look at the data and try to compare it to other things to determine if anyone was there and who it was.
Correct. So like you'd have to compare to times when somebody's home, types of sites that somebody's usually going to, things like that.
Right. And so if there's two adults at home at the same time and the internet is accessed, you wouldn't be able to tell me who that is based on the computer itself.
Without knowing the background of the individual and the types of websites they're going to, I wouldn't be able to physically do that.
And making those type of connections, that's not your job. It's your job to analyze the computer and bring the data.
Yeah, my job is to show you what's on the computer and the nerdy side of things.
So now you were shown an internet history that you had created, right?
Yes.
Now you'd said the computer was originally turned on in July.
Yes, yes.
But there's actually some things in that predate July of 1998, isn't there?
Correct.
How's that happen?
So a lot of files come to your computer. So if you are ever like me and you like looking at some of that old stuff, you can see when certain files are originally created back in whatever warehouse they were created at, because everything has timestamps. Microsoft often, like all businesses, I'm not going to pick on Microsoft, reuses a lot of things. So you might have files that have dates from, in this case, dates from like 1999 or 1996, 1997 that are on your computer. You didn't have your computer in 1996, 1997, because those are system files that the company itself made, and those dates remain the same. So, yes.
And that also can indicate that you're transferring something over from an old computer, right?
It is possible.
So things like there's, I believe, a baby shower that was predating.
I recall.
Did you look at that file?
I believe I looked at if I'm thinking of the correct one, yes, I believe I looked at it.
I like this witness. I think he's just honest. Don't think he's going to hide anything in the lie.
I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 67. Do you recognize that?
I do indeed.
What is it?
This is a baby shower invitation, and it was, I believe the program it was created on was Publisher.
And how do you know it was created on Publisher?
because I recognize it because I remember looking at this exact image.
What is Microsoft Publisher?
So Microsoft Publisher is to kind of simplify it, it's essentially a means to design your own cards, and I guess you could design your own books and stuff like that, book covers.
Now, on the back of that, there's some writing, right?
Yes.
And what does that indicate?
It indicates an invitation to Robin and Doug's baby shower by the Jensens.
And who do you have to RSVP to for the party?
Julie.
And then it gives a phone number?
Correct. Although it's a little bit broken up on here, but yes, it gives a phone number.
You saw that on the
Yes,
computer.
yeah.
So even though my copy isn't perfect, it is a true and accurate representation of what you saw on the computer.
Correct.
Now, there's a difference between an internet and an intranet, right?
That is correct, yes.
So internet is when we're talking about the World Wide Web.
Yes. So if you think about networking and computers, the intranet is literally the network of networks. So it's networking a bunch of different networks together.
And then an intranet is actually specific to a company or a website or something like that.
Yeah, so an intranet would be a network, like an individual network. At, like, for example, some of your jobs might have internal systems, internal files, and things like that that you have to log into, or there might be certain websites that you can only access at work. That would be an intranet.
And typically, to get into an intranet, you'll need a password.
Correct.
Did you see any indication on your analysis that there was a password needed to get into the intranet?
I only saw that the intranet was actually accessed. I didn't see specifically how it was accessed, whether it was logged in or it was just saved on the computer.
So you don't know if you had to put in a password or not?
I would only speculate.
Please don't do that.
Yes.
But so once you're in an intranet, you have the ability to access just about everything on that network, right?
Yeah, whatever security permissions that you have.
Now, in this case, there was logins to the Stifel intranet.
Correct.
And so anyone who gets into the intranet from the Jensen home computer could look at the information on there.
Yeah, as long as they had access to it, yes.
And when we're talking about that Stifel intranet, that also included the email server.
Correct.
I want to talk specifically about the searches and or websites accessed from October 16th of 1998.
Okay.
So this early morning string of searches, there's a Yahoo search for drugs,
Yes.
then a Yahoo search for botulism.
Correct.
Then we end up at a website defining botulism.
Correct.
Then we end up with this website on nitrate.
Correct.
And that website on nitrate actually indicates that it shows up, botulism shows up naturally in food and drink.
I guess so. I don't fully recall what it said on those websites.
Well, it was talking about a meat cure, right?
I'm objecting. We're getting into the content of the website, which I thought the defense wanted an instruction against.
I thought we all agreed that any website we can't believe.
That is true, but I'd like to talk about what was displayed.
Well, we know it was in food and drink, so let's move on. Okay.
So then we had a
Okay.
search on botulism in low acid canned foods,
Correct.
again about food and drink.
Yes.
And we have an article on botulism.
Correct.
another search for botulism.
Correct.
Then we end up at this page called the recipe link.
If I recall, yes, yes.
And that's the place where you could search for different recipes.
I believe so. Yeah, I don't know if that's true or not, but from what the website looked like, yeah.
You haven't used the recipe link yourself?
I don't even know if it's I don't know how many of those websites are even
You went
around
to elementary
anymore.
school chef?
No. I did home ec, but I don't think anybody wants me to cook. So
Well, and then we end up with another search for botulism. And that lands us at a page about flavored oils and their potential for botulism.
I believe I recall that, yes.
So then again, we're talking about food and drink.
Possible, yeah. Like in this case right now, while we're talking, yes.
Just what the page showed.
What the page showed, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Well, flavored oils are something you would.
I believe you would probably put into food. I don't know.
Do you recall on that page that there's actually a notation about the possibility of poisoning your friends by giving them flavored oils?
Based on the totality of the searches in that time frame, I could assume that yes, poisoning was in there somewhere.
And then we finally end up with the search for poisoning.
Correct.
And then after that, we don't have another access until that night.
Correct.
And it actually starts again at 11:57 p.m.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And at 11:57 p.m., we end up with this first thing being an article about a guy who tried to pipe bomb his wife.
Yes.
He was not successful.
He was not, no.
It was an attempted pipe bombing of his estranged ex-wife.
Yes.
And it was an article talking about his charges and the allegations.
Correct.
And his sentencing, right?
Yes, it was like a sentencing article, correct.
Right. And he got something like 50 years.
Yep.
So then we moved on to a site about mercury fulminate.
Yes.
But there's no search in between that you saw.
None that I was able to recover, no.
And then we have this going to pool fun.
Yes.
And that talks about reversing the polarity of a pool filter.
I believe that was in there, yes.
Do you know that reversing the polarity on a pool filter is actually how you would dissolve scale from the electrodes in the pool filter?
I'm objecting. How would this?
That's just he's not a pool expert.
Okay.
He's an IT expert, so let's stick to the area.
Just wanted to know if you knew.
I understand. Let's continue.
You can't guarantee that any of the information on that would actually be able to harm a person.
I would not. I mean, I know that website, and I know that it's not all accurate. Some of it is. I don't know.
Well, and then we end up with some nicotine searches, right?
Correct.
Then there's a look at these Stifel branch listings.
Correct.
Now, there's an email between Mr. Jensen and Ms. Labonte that was accessed.
Correct.
Now, that email was actually sent during the afternoon hours
Yes.
at like 3:25 in the afternoon,
Yes.
not when it was being accessed here.
Not when it was being read and recorded as being read. Correct.
Okay. And so then we have a listing of the Colorado Springs office.
Yes.
And about 1 a.m., we end up with the Stifel Find Names website.
Correct.
And I think it's fair to say that a search was done for the first name Kelly.
That I don't recall, honestly. I think I remember that was in there, yes, but I'd be...
Well, the next page that you saw was a bunch of Kellys.
Oh, yes. My apologies, yes.
So whoever did this search must have been looking for a Kelly without a last name,
Correct.
because you ended up with a Kelly Labonte, a Kelly McDonald,
Yes.
a Kelly Snyder,
I believe. I don't remember
and a
all
Kelly
that.
whose last name I'm not even going to try to pronounce.
Yeah. I believe.
So whoever did that search didn't put in a last name,
Correct.
because otherwise you would have been limited to whatever that last name
That
is.
seems, yeah, that seems fair. Yeah.
And these searches on December 2nd and 3rd.
Nice
Now,
on this guy.
This first search that we talked about is this search for paroxetine.
Yes.
And that happened at about 4:35 in the morning.
Correct.
Then there wasn't another web page or anything that you saw for about 3.5 hours.
Correct.
And that next search would have been at about 8:16 a.m.
That sounds right. Yes.
Now, these December 2nd ethylene glycol searches occur in that magic weekday business time of between 8 and 5, right?
Correct. They occur between that time period. Yes.
Right. And this is the first time that we see any site that actually gives descriptions of ethylene glycol.
I do not believe so. I believe ethylene glycol was searched earlier than that, but that I'd have to look at the actual record itself.
Which record would help you more, the PowerPoint or the list?
By the total list.
Oh, I like this witness. I think he is very honest. I don't think he's bullshitting. Every witness, if they were the same as this guy, I think we'd be all right. I don't think you need to bring in any witness to try and make things lying, because I think it's very truthful.
Sir, could you turn us on, please? There we go.
She's all smiles at him anyway.
How would you like to do this, Mr.
So the easiest way probably would be if you do just like a Control F and then type in.
You want to say for the record what we're looking at? Because is it an exhibit that's been marked, or is it the PowerPoint?
I think this is from Exhibit 55.
Okay.
The Exhibit 55 includes the thumb drive. So it has this internet history that was testified to on direct, as well as the PowerPoint.
All right. Thank you.
If you want to type in like Ethel or something like that, just so I can see which dates it was again.
Well, there was a notation of ethylene glycol on a search page from November 10th.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
But that was not what was being searched for at that point in time.
I don't believe so. No, I don't know.
It just showed up on the page.
It's on the page, yes.
And that's actually the first time you see ethylene glycol is that November 10th page.
That sounds about right. Yes.
Then, do you recall seeing it again until December 2nd?
I am not aware. There's so many dates. I don't remember.
True.
Look at the search results here for glycol. It's coming back to December, right?
Okay, yes.
So fair to say that.
Fair to say, yes.
I like this penis expert.
Yeah. And then we have the anatomy.atom.
Sponicle said rough penis, or
and that search started at about 11:45 in the morning.
Correct.
And that's again within that magical weekdays between 8 and 5 time, right?
That is between 8 and 5, yes.
Now, we don't actually have like a computer webcam that could show us who was sitting there?
No,
Not on this computer.
no.
And we don't have like, in fact, when you were given the computer to work on, or when it was given to the crime lab, I should say,
Yes.
was there a monitor included?
That I don't even know because I was working off of the forensic images.
Okay, so you never saw a keyboard
No,
or a mouse,
none of the peripherals. No.
and you're not aware of any testing done on those?
Nope. Nope.
All right. Now, we talked a little bit about November 10th, right?
Correct.
Now, on November 10th, there was an alt.suicide news group that was signed up for. Did you see that in your analysis?
I did see it. Yes.
What's a news group?
So back in the day, this was probably even before, well, around the time, if people remember, like AIM or instant messaging and stuff like that, there were also things called bulletin board systems, which is, without going too deep into it, it's very similar to that. So they were essentially groups where people could talk about certain topics related to whatever, in addition to each other. So, yeah.
I think
That
most people are familiar because of alt.Scientology,
that I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know.
but these were basically a place where you could sign up and then be a part of these bulletin boards.
Yeah, so the bulletin board systems, you would generally have to connect through some sort of like IP protocols and things like that. So yes.
Now, also on November 10th, there was searches for suicide.
Correct.
In fact, there was a page accessed, included a search about physician-assisted suicide.
Yes.
There's a web page about Noel Early,
Yes.
and he, according to what you saw, was an advocate for physician-assisted suicide and euthanasia.
From what was portrayed on the webpage, yes.
We don't know if that's true or not.
Yes, correct.
Just like we don't know about the polarity of pools being true or not.
Correct.
Now, November 10th, like I said, was the first time that we saw any reference to ethylene glycol in the computer.
Yes.
Now, Ms. McNeil had you read one of the links on the toxicology website, right? Or the searches?
Yes. She showed it to me and I said yes, yeah.
In fact, that was under the search for toxicology, right?
Correct.
And we can't say that anyone actually clicked on that link.
Clicked on the actual toxicology or the website that
The website that says ethylene glycol.
There was nothing saved that I could see, no.
Right. So, and the next page that you saw was about nicotine.
Correct.
It's weird.
Now, with all of these searches, there's nothing in the computer specifically that says this was searched by Mark Jensen or this was searched by Julie Jensen, correct?
I wouldn't be able to tell who was physically hands on the keyboard.
Right. And there's no way that the computer could tell you that based on what was available at 1998.
You just have to go off of internet history and who's looking at what.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Do you still have the paper exhibits in front of you?
Yes.
I'm just going to get the number.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
So looking at Exhibit 67, is that the invitation?
Yes.
Do you have any idea who Doug or Robin are?
I have no idea who Doug and Robin are.
Do you have any idea whose friends they are?
I do not.
And when you looked at the program that would have been used to create that invitation, is what you see there on the page, is that essentially a template?
Yes, it's a template.
So nothing too creative happened, just someone typing into a template?
Yes.
And then looking at Exhibit 66, these Quicken access times.
Yes.
Do you have any idea what was actually happening with the Quicken program during those times?
I do not. It looks, yeah, I do not.
So you can't tell if something was being edited or added or anything like that?
No, they look like updates.
Okay, and so what do you mean by it looks like updates?
Just based on the how it's going, the last accessed, file created, and last written. It's basically happening in a matter of like 2 seconds in each item. So the update was created. For example, let's look at, I'll just pull up the first one. It says that it was created, this is November 30th, 98 at 2:29:36 seconds. And then it was last written 2:29:38 seconds. So that looks like it was just a file update.
And is that something that would happen automatically, or do you know about Quicken?
It could possibly happen automatically.
And so this exhibit here doesn't really tell you what activity is actually happening on Quicken.
No.
And there's some reference on this Quicken both to Jensen and to Sorensen, correct?
Correct.
And we saw on the screen the Sorensen account with all the stocks.
Correct.
And again, you wouldn't have any knowledge of who that actually is.
I do not.
Or why someone would be accessing that on the Jensen home computer.
No.
And then the last thing for this exhibit 66, for these times, do you know whether they would be the Pacific times or whether they would be the Central times?
I would have to know a little bit more about Quicken, just because it would be based off of if it's a web-based thing. So if the web had to be accessed, it would be in Pacific time.
So if these times are being pulled based upon the internet being accessed and what you explained to us about the computer being on Pacific time, then these are Pacific times.
Correct.
Versus 1998 Quicken, whether this was actually accessed through the internet.
Correct.
And did you try to find information about 1998 Quicken?
I did.
Was it pretty limited?
It was very limited, yes.
Okay, so that's just an unknown to you as you sit
To me,
here.
yes. Yeah.
Whether these times are accurate for Central Time or not.
It would be, yeah, speculation.
Fair play.
Now, you described for us that based on what occurred on December 17th, that some files in the, I think, did you say the unallocated space would be overwritten?
Correct.
Okay, and why would that have occurred with the booting of the computer?
So the files that would have likely been overwritten, it would have been based on however large those system files were when they're overwritten. What would have been recreated are those system files, and their timestamps would have changed. Because if you remember yesterday, I kind of explained how computers are essentially giant filing systems, sort of like a card catalog or something like that. So it'd be sort of like, to give you an example, it'd be like, let's say you go to a library, you check out a book, the librarian marks when you check it out, you turn it back in, they mark when you check it back in. That would have been basically what was overwritten.
And is it fair to say that when a computer is normally being used and it's being turned off or turned back on, that's just happening all the time?
Yes.
So it's not something that was unique to December 17th of 1998. Throughout the use of this computer, if it's being turned off and turned back on, that same thing is happening.
Correct, in that sense.
And just to be clear, when we went through this internet history, all of those dates and times, was that impacted at all by the computer being turned on December 17th?
Those dates and times, no.
So those are accurate.
Yes.
So if we were seeing those searches for ethylene glycol on the 2nd and the 3rd, that didn't just appear on those dates and times because of some change from December 17th, correct?
No.
And in fact, when we're talking about dates and times being changed due to the computer being booted on December 17th, we're actually talking about the date being changed to December 17th.
Correct. Yes.
And so because you have knowledge of what occurred on December 17th, you know to not attribute December 17th dates to any suspect.
Hello there.
is correct.
I knew he'd gone. Louis will be here for a couple of minutes. I should leave.
Now, you
I
were
should
asked
come
some
back.
questions about the search for
Thanks,
botulism
Chief.
and the various things that were accessed, correct?
Yes.
And the search was just for the word botulism.
Correct.
Okay, so it wasn't more specific like botulism in cooking or how to avoid botulism when I can foods or whatever.
Yeah, it was simply
This is a great
botulism.
witness.
And that series of searches is the one that ended in the search for poisons, correct?
Correct.
Now, we went through in great detail the use of the computer and the dates and times in which it was being used over the months of use that we had, correct?
Yes.
And you showed on the screen, or we saw on the screen, those calendars of the dates and times.
Yes.
And almost never was the computer being accessed from the 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. times in terms of the internet.
That is correct.
And then we talked about December. We talked about December 2nd and December 3rd.
Correct.
Those dates and those times are pretty unique in the use of the computer internet, correct?
Correct.
And so when we're talking about the regular use of this computer over the course of months, when a person who has a 9-to-5 type job would be at their job, the internet wasn't being used.
Objection misstates the evidence.
Overrule, go ahead, answer the question.
It seems that way, yes.
And in fact, when we did see specific times during those months, during the day when there was internet activity, I showed you on the internet history what was happening, correct?
Correct.
And it didn't appear to be browsing sessions.
Correct.
So that would make December 2nd and December 3rd different in terms of the usage of the internet during those daytimes.
That is correct.
Now, you were asked some questions about November 10th, and the search is done beginning with suicide
Yes.
and then physician-assisted suicide.
Correct.
And then among the string of searches happening on that day, one of them was nicotine.
Yes.
Why nicotine then?
Now, clearly, in terms of who is actually sitting at this computer when this activity is occurring, there's really no way to know that.
Correct.
And even in modern times, you still don't have a camera recording someone sitting in front of a computer when you analyze current computers today, right?
For the most part, yes.
Computers hopefully are not recording us as we're sitting in front of them, right?
Correct. Unless somebody's recording themselves.
So even today, when you're doing an investigation, if there is a question in terms of who was at the computer and who was using it, you have to look for some type of context clues.
Yes.
Now, for instance, it could be very easy where there's a login and a password.
Yes.
And so it makes it unlikely that it's anyone but the person who's logged in,
Yes.
but not impossible if their password is available or someone knows it.
Yes, that's correct.
But this computer was not that way because the username was Buddy and there was no password.
Yep.
And so when examining this computer to determine, well, who was using it, who was conducting these searches, you had to look for clues.
Yes.
So clues like that might align with the person's life and with their interests, right?
That is true. Yes.
So things like fishing,
Correct.
things like what to do in Chicago,
Correct.
and things like vacationing at Big Cedar.
Correct.
And so whether that means anything to you personally as the computer analyst, that's what you're looking for in terms of clues of who's accessing the computer.
Yes.
Luna, have you gone? Or are you still here, Luna? I'm only joking if you're still here. I'm only joking.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Recross?
Just a couple questions. And I apologize to get back into Quicken, but we're going to get back into Quicken. So the Quicken backup files, those are when someone like basically is saving the Quicken
Just testing.
information.
I can only say what I know about backup files in general. I wouldn't be able to say specifically on Quicken backup files because backup files can vary from program to program.
Okay. So that's not a question you can answer.
No.
You just know that these files were created.
Yes, from this document, yes, there's.
And you know that whoever was doing the
Yes.
backup or whenever a backup is created, someone was using Quicken.
The Quicken program was on, yes.
And again, we don't know who that was by basically just looking at the computer.
Correct.
We've got to look at context clues.
Correct.
Now, Quicken, we know, at least we believe, you had testified to already, it doesn't require the internet to work.
No.
So this is not a web-based program that would have problems with the times on there.
No, it shouldn't. Well, I don't know because the Quicken program itself can be opened up like most programs, but it did have a web-based portal on it. So like
It's
it
all
had a
good.
stock ticker in there as well.
My
so
phone's down as well.
What accesses what specifically?
So you can't say that the dates and times
I'll
on
be
there are
watching
wrong.
TV as well. It's fine.
Can't say they're right or wrong.
And you can't say that they're Pacific time.
I cannot.
Anything like that would just be a guess.
Exactly.
So what we have is those dates and times.
Just this document, yes.
Nothing further.
You are excused. Thank you.
He's like, thank fuck for that. Why? Hey, Luna, do you see Liz is back? Journalist Liz is back. Did you know she's fucking gone?
The state's next witness.
So, Judge, we have certified documents that we've agreed upon that show the dates of when divorce was filed by Julie Jensen. So I would just like to read that out loud to the jury at this time.
Is there an agreement from the defense as to that?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
So this is exhibit number 61. And so exhibit 61 indicates that a petition for divorce was filed by Julie C. Jensen on June 24th of 1991 regarding her husband, Mark D. Jensen. And then I'll get the correct day.
Mom.
Then on dated the 27th day of June 1991 and signed by both Julie Jensen and Mark D. Jensen was a stipulation to dismiss the divorce filing. And I think that filing date, if I can read it correctly, is July 15th of 1991, but it was signed by the parties on June 27th of 1991.
Right, that should be marked and made part of the record if it's a stipulation.
It is marked.
So,
and what number is it?
That is 61.
Right, 61 is going to be received then.
And so, Judge, I hate to violate the rule, but we do have some afternoon video. These are short. These are very short.
I hope your definition of short is the same as mine.
Or is it my stills?
Less than half an hour. How about that?
All right.
Okay.
Before we go on break, I would move exhibits 66, 67, I believe 55 into evidence if that hasn't already been moved.
All right, those are received also.
Straight there.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna skip break. I don't do breaks because I
And
can't.
is that all the exhibits that I used from that one? Oh, also move 65.
Yeah, I know your type.
They're up front.
It's not that. We'll walk into that though.
They were all put on the
I'm still
desk,
shocked.
the table.
Ugh. Wait, what are they doing?
We would also move Exhibit 14. That's the Joanne Klug written statement. We forgot to ask for that to be moved into evidence previously.
Let's
Coming
go,
in.
Mad World.
Thank you, sir.
That's fine.
All right, I'm just standing
You
before
keep
we do the
mopping.
video, so. All right, let's do the video and then we all take our break, okay?
I can't believe that you find him more attractive than me. That's the only thing. It's the only thing. Only teasing. Those pictures fucking playing. Come on. Luna, did you have MySpace? Were you ever on
Exhibit is
MySpace?
Mrs. McNeil.
So the first one will be States Exhibit 17.
Thank you.
Come on in. Just play it. We had chat about it on MySpace. Mad World never had it, but me and Spider Girl did. Back in the day, as they say. Before the time of Facebook and all that.
And what are we going to be watching, Miss McNeil?
So this is States Exhibit 17. This is Joan Scully. However, it doesn't want to show on the screen right now, so it is my screen. I just got to go to a setting.
Could you please state your first name and last name and spell
Just
your
skipped
last
it.
name?
Straight to it.
Scully, Scully.
Oh, we'll take this
Miss
now.
Scully, did you know Mark Jensen?
Yes,
And did you in fact work with him?
yes.
Do you recall where it was that you worked with Mark Jensen?
Robert Baird Company.
And at what time were you employed at Robert Baird?
With Mark or my entire.
Let's start with when you were employed there.
I was employed in 1984
And how long did you work there?
till 2004.
Fucking hell,
At some
can't
point
hear
did
it.
Mark Jensen join the office?
I think it was either 1992 or 93. Probably 93.
Okay. And how long did Mr. Jensen work at Robert W. Baird?
1998.
Did he leave Robert W. Baird to go
Luna,
to
do you
the
follow
only
Mad
person you were
World and
seeing?
Spider Girl on Twitter? You should follow them if you don't.
What was your job at Baird between 1992, 93 to 1998?
We opened the new branch in Kenosha, and I had worked in Racine, and I went with the manager at Baird to join Kenosha branch.
Okay.
My title was branch operations supervisor.
What were some of your responsibilities as branch operations supervisor?
It was mainly in the clerical end within.
Did you open all mail that came into Robert W. Baird?
I did, or one of the other assistants would.
Was it your primary responsibility?
Yes.
And why is it that you opened the mail that came into Robert W. Baird?
I think I might have even started earlier. So I just did. There was a morning envelope that came from the home office, but our regular mail came at noon. So I would pick that up on my way back from lunch.
Do you know whether the brokers were permitted to open their own mail?
They just never did.
Okay.
No.
During the time that Mark Jensen worked at Robert W. Baird, did he ever indicate to you that he was receiving mail that contained sexually explicit photos?
No.
Did he ever indicate that he was receiving packages or envelopes on his car window in the parking lot
It's
that contained
Mad
sexually
World
explicit photos?
and Spider Girl, as it is here, basically.
Did he ever?
Just
I
check Spider
don't
Girl.
think so. I don't really remember him ever.
Did he ever indicate to you that he was being harassed in any way at the workplace?
No.
So Spider Girl is Spider Gerl instead of GU, GE. Mad
During
World
the
is
time
Mad
that
World.
you would open mail addressed to Mark Jensen, well, did you open mail addressed to Mark Jensen?
I may have. I don't remember for
Mad
sure.
World, Spider
And
Girl.
do you recall
This is
whether you
G.
opened any
Oh,
mail for
G.
Mark Jensen that contained any sexually explicit
On
photographs or images?
No.
Back in 1990 or 1991,
There you go.
someone who had a Series 7 broker's license, what would their job function or job responsibilities include?
An assistant would be registered and she would be able to actually take orders from clients.
How would that person take orders? By what mechanism? In person, by phone?
It would probably be a phone call if the broker assistant was on another line, and then she could help the client.
Do you know at that time in 1990 or 91 whether orders were placed over the internet?
I don't think they were on the internet. They went through our system.
Your system, can you describe that system at that time?
I think we had regular stations for listed stocks would go to one station, and the over-the-counter would go to another station in Milwaukee. And then, see, I'm a little behind on the time frame, but eventually, I believe the brokers could enter their own. So a ticket would come up and you'd fill in the.
And was this done by phone? Placing the orders was done by phone?
Over the computer.
Okay, but back in 1990 or 1991, was it done?
It was done on one of our machines.
Not a computer?
But not like an internet.
Nothing further.
Mr. Albee?
When you say one of our machines, is it a dedicated computer as opposed to like the internet?
It would be just to email back and not email. That's right.
Do you respond World?
Messages to the home office.
Do you know the
money wires that way. We did. I think we had a lock securities that came through, and the orders were put through that way.
So some sort of pre-internet computer communication kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay. your office,
Spider Girl
Ms.
as well.
Scully, was at 5525 Green Bay Road.
Correct.
We had some
MySpace,
information about
jeez.
a telephone call at the Jensen's house from a Tina Thomas whose address was 6015 55th Street. Would that have been near that address on Green Bay Road? 6015 55th Street in Kenosha?
We were right at the intersection of 56th, I believe. 56th streets. There's that avenues there.
And so would that be pretty close to your office then? 6015 55th Street?
Sounds like it.
Yeah, okay. Let me ask if you've ever seen a particular postcard, and I'll just ask you to turn your attention to the screen behind you. Do you recall ever seeing this postcard? It's the last page of Defendant's Exhibit 20.
No.
That is the address.
That is our address.
And that postcard also was it has a postmark on it, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes for
Yeah.
the court report. Okay, so if that came into the office while you were there, you apparently didn't personally receive that, or you just don't recall it?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Did Mr. Jensen ever speak with you about his wife having an affair? Do you recall?
No.
Would you have had that kind of personal conversation with Mr. Jensen?
No.
I take it you're not aware of Mr. Jensen actually receiving any kinds of packages at work during that period of time, correct? And you have no idea whether he's ever claimed that he received any kind of pornographic items at work during that time, correct?
Correct.
Thanks. I think you were asked whether you opened Mark Jensen's mail specifically, and was it your answer that you can't remember for sure?
Well, I would have.
I don't listen to them for
email that
ages.
came into the office,
Okay.
And then make copies of the letters and then they put in them.
So you took in that mail that came at noon for Mark and also for all the other
For the
people?
office.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Scully.
They're good follows.
No, Your Honor.
You may step down.
That was quick.
Judge, I would ask that we show that exhibit that was shown during that video to the jury.
Do we have that exhibit, Ms. McNeil?
I do. I can show it if you want. Okay. If you could, Madam Clerk, if you could flip on my computer. Or Judge.
Yeah, let's mark it. It's the prudent thing to do.
Is my computer on?
So Luna's recently found out the video, so best day of her life when she found me. She commented on my videos. And I still don't know how you actually viewed the videos, but
Postcard you're
you just
talking about,
randomly
right?
saw it
Okay.
properly. I'm going to see this, but
You want to mark it?
I will have it marked. I got a full address. Okay, we're good.
Okay, thank you. That video's done, right?
That video is done, so the state would move to Exhibit 17,
It'll be received.
and then the next video is Exhibit 18.
All right. Do we have any exhibits that we're going to have to show when we do 18?
I don't think so.
All right, that's good news. And which witness is in Exhibit 18 now?
You want the number?
Yeah, that would help.
Is that how you found me though? Is that like you just stumble
So this is
across
number
our videos up
57?
there?
57,
Marion Passetti.
Marion Passetti for the record.
Strong W. Like.
Pacetti, Marion, normal spelling.
I always wonder how people come
All right,
across
and then if
stuff.
I know your clerk is busy, we just have to switch it back.
It'll be
He's
received.
not had
Thank
many
you.
views recently. He is slacking on that one. A lot of people don't like the EB love letter, so it's like hit and miss for me. Marion, Pachetti, Spaghetti, Spaghetti.
Please raise your right hand. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Get married, they
Full
do.
name and spell your last name for the record.
Marion Pacetti, Pacetti.
And Ms. Pacetti, how are you employed? Or how are you employed?
You mean when I worked?
When you worked,
I
yes.
was an RN.
Okay. And where did you live? Where do you live?
Well, is that relevant?
Okay. Where did you live in 1998?
9039 Lakeshore Drive.
And how long had you lived there?
At the time of,
At the time.
let's see, 83. We moved there in 83, and 98 would be what, 83, 12 years?
Close enough. Did you come to know Mr. and Mrs. Jensen?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Did you come to know Mr. and Mrs. Jensen?
Yes,
And how did you meet Julie Jensen?
I met her as a neighbor, but then they asked me to join the book club.
How close were your homes to each other?
What?
Julie's house was across the street and 2 houses north of mine.
Okay. Did you have frequent contact with Mrs. Jensen?
In the summertime, I did, when she would be outside, not as much in the winter, but of course at book club.
Okay. In the summer of 1998, did you have contact with Mrs. Jensen?
Yes.
And what kind of contact did you have?
Well, besides the book club, if I was going somewhere and she would be in the yard, I would stop and talk. And the same with, she was going somewhere, she would do the same.
Okay. How often would you say that you saw her in the fall of 1998?
Probably once a week or so, not real frequently in the fall.
Okay. And during this once a week that you would see her in the fall, would you speak to her also?
Oh, yes.
And how would you describe Mrs. Jensen's personality?
She was a very warm, caring person, outgoing, nice to be around. She was a very nice neighbor.
Okay. And did you observe her interactions with her children?
Whenever I saw her, she was an excellent mother. The children were everything to her.
Okay. Did you see Mrs. Jensen at the November book club?
Yes.
And do you recall Mrs. Jensen's physical appearance at the November book club?
She looked the same as she always did to me.
Okay. And did she behave as she always behaved?
Yes, she did.
And how did she behave at that book club?
Well, Julie was always an excellent hostess, and she's very warm. She greeted us. She, if I'm not mistaken, that night we had a buffet set up in her home, and she just was a very good hostess.
Did you speak with Mrs. Jensen during the week of her death?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall when that was?
I believe it was Monday before her death.
Okay. That would have been November 30th.
Yes, I know it was after Thanksgiving.
And how is it that did you speak to her in person or over the phone?
No, she called me.
And why did she call you?
In the spring of 1998, I had started a lot of plants in my basement from seeds and grew them under lights, and I gave a lot of the surplus to Julie. And at the time, she was very interested in that, and so she wanted to know, when she called me, she wanted to know when I got the seeds, when I started them. And seeds are not available that early, so I told her that I bought them through a seed catalog. And she wanted to get a catalog, and I said, well, I would bring mine over when I got it. And they came out around Christmas time. And then she asked me about lights and about what I started the seeds, and it was just strictly a talk about gardening.
How long would you say the conversation lasted?
Maybe 20, 25 minutes.
Okay. And
It was
so,
quite long, really.
okay. And Mrs. Jensen, she was making plans for her garden?
Yes.
We'll get coffee.
Do you recall the day that Mrs. Jensen died?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Jensen that day?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell me what you saw and what happened?
I had been in Milwaukee and came home, and as I drove around the corner, there were all these emergency vehicles parked by their house and in the drive. And I went home, parked my car, and I walked back to the Ashley's driveway, which is across the street from the Jensen's home. And some of the other neighbors were there. And we were standing there wondering what had happened because of the two young boys. We thought perhaps something had happened to one of them. Then finally, Mark and his father walked across the street to where we were. And we said, well, what happened? And he said, Julie had died and that she had had a bad reaction to some medicine she had taken. And I said, well, how come they couldn't get her to the hospital or call the emergency squad? And he just sort of said, well, they couldn't. And after a few other questions from the other people standing there, he and his father turned around and walked back across the street.
So you said he said that she had a bad reaction. Mm-hmm. Who's the he?
Pardon?
Who's the he? Who said that?
Mark. Mark said that. His father didn't say anything. Who
was it who responded to your question, couldn't she have gotten to the hospital?
Mark.
Okay. And what was Mr. Jensen's demeanor when you posed this question and then he answered?
I think he was very cool. And at the time, after I got home, I thought, well, he was in shock. But then as I thought about it later, I thought, well, maybe not.
Okay. Now, did you attend Mrs. Jensen's funeral?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall what day of the week this was?
It was on a Monday.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to interact or observe Mr. Jensen at the funeral?
I just said I was very sorry that Julie had died, or the usual sort of thing. That was about it.
Okay. And how did Mr. Jensen appear?
To me, he was fine at that moment.
Fine by what? What do you mean by fine?
I just said, he just said, well, thank you, or something of that nature. But then I went and sat down, and I could still see him because he was standing in the doorway between the hallway and the funeral room. And he seemed to be greeting other people and rather, well, I just thought he would have been much more serious and sad than he was.
Okay. Now, Was the Monday following Mrs. Jensen's funeral garbage day in your neighborhood?
Yes,
And do you recall observing anything outside of the Jensen home the Monday?
yes, there was a large pile of Julie's clothes and things.
And did you personally observe this?
Yes,
And how did you know that they were Julie's things outside for the garbage?
may I have some water?
Yes.
I'll show you. I've poured these all over myself several times, so I know how to do it.
Oh, you have to loosen it.
That's what
Oh,
you do.
okay. That's fine.
There you go.
Thank you. The clothes were all piled on the very end of his driveway. And since Julie was the only woman in the house, I assumed they were her clothes.
It appeared to be women's clothing?
They were women's clothing.
Okay. I have nothing further.
What is that? I'm just a little unclear. What exactly did you observe at the curb?
There were piles of her clothing. There were dresses, there were bags of clothes, there were shoes, purses.
But there were lots of clothes and bags and purses and shoes
Right,
that were all outside. Yep.
They were all at the very end of her driveway between the road goes by and the driveway at the end of that.
Just so I can finish my question. Those are all things you saw outside of bags.
Yes,
When you saw Mark Jensen after his wife passed away, you thought that he might be in shock, right?
yes,
You're aware that different people react differently to tragic events, right?
of course.
And do you recall Mr. Jensen's father kind of pulling him away from the crowd?
No,
You can understand how somebody in Mark's position, somebody whose wife has just passed away, might not want to answer a whole lot of questions from neighbors.
I can understand that, yes.
When you spoke with Mrs. Jensen on Monday, on November 30th, did she tell you that she had called the doctor that day and made an appointment?
No,
Did she tell you that she was going to see the doctor the following day for
No.
depression?
no, she did not.
Did she ever talk to you about depression?
No,
Did she talk to you about personal things?
no,
So she would never talk to you about an affair she had.
no.
Ms. Passetti, was it the wake you saw Mark Jensen at?
Pardon?
Was it the wake you saw Mark Jensen at, as opposed to the funeral? Was it a wake or a funeral that you went to?
I went to the funeral.
Okay. And that was Monday?
I believe so.
You don't know how much time Mark Jensen had been spending privately with his family, grieving, right?
Do I know how much time he spent with his family grieving?
Right.
No, of course not.
You don't know whether he had spent a lot of time with his pastor up to that point, right?
No, I do not.
So that's all I have.
Thank you.
All right, so that is State's Exhibit 18, and the state would move that at this time.
No, it's
18
not
was
so short.
received.
See how short they were?
Are we done with the videos? All right. Let's take our Friday afternoon break, folks.
I'm not. Oh, hang on, there's no break because they're talking. They're speaking. That's a woman officer now. Oh, she's alright, she. Nice. Nice to see it. Bit blondie as well. Gut. Small. Nice.
Courtroom, what do you wish to say, Mr. Jambois?
Your Honor, the next witness is going to be Aaron Dillard, and
Do we have a number of prior convictions that we have agreed to?
I don't know that we agreed to them. I can list them. The thing is, I don't know. I've never tried a case in front of you, Judge, so I don't know what your rule is about
10
counting.
years, we use the federal rule?
10 years?
Yes.
Judge, 10 years in this case is complicated because Mr. Dillard's testimony that he's sort of locked into was in 2008 and testified. And so there's all the impeachment of him relevant to that timeliness.
So how many convictions did he have when he testified in 2008?
I think the answer at that time was 7 in this country and 5 in Lithuania. And he since has more convictions and he has pending cases that.
We're not going to get into pending cases because they're not convictions.
Well,
if you read the statute.
Yeah, we have to because it's part of the current deal that he's facing in terms
That's
of.
a different issue.
Yeah, right. We're not going to count those as convictions. I agree. So I think the standard sort of 10 years from today can't apply in this case because of.
Well, let me ask you this. How many did Judge Schrader say or agreed to on the record in 2007?
I believe it was
2008.
I'm sorry,
I believe
2008.
it was 7 plus 7 in this country.
So that's how he worded it.
Yeah, and then
well, Your Honor, I've
also
got
talked about having 5 separate victims of immigration visa fraud in Lithuania. That's all relevant here, and so I don't know if that counts as 5 or 1. I don't really care. He subsequently and then we should just make sure our math is correct in terms of subsequent convictions.
Well, Your Honor, why don't we do this? I've got it written out here, I should say. Carly McNeil had sent them an email with this information on it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jim, but they were talking about the Mr. Dillard's here, and I'm trying to figure out where to put him.
So where did you decide to put him?
He's still outside. He's not in the back.
Okay.
I want the record to be clear on that.
Sure. Well, Your Honor, I'll just indicate that we sent this communication to Defense Counsel, and for Aaron Dillard, we listed 1 immigration visa fraud conviction in Lithuania. We don't know what year that was. I guess it was.
I think it was 2000.
Could
that's
be.
when he was extradited from the U.S. to Lithuania.
So anyway, he was convicted in Lithuania of immigration visa fraud. Then in La Crosse County 95 CF 1836, he was convicted of misdemeanor issuing worthless check. He was convicted of that offense on March 15th, 1996. Then his next conviction would have been May 20th, 2002. He was convicted of obstructing an officer in Racine County, case number 99 CM 2299. Then in 00 CF 1181, he was convicted on March 27, 2003 of 1 count of forgery. Then in 01 CM 86, it doesn't say which county here, but in 01 CM 86, he was convicted on March 27, 2003 of issuing a worthless check. Then, and again, there's no county list here, but on March 27, 2003, he was convicted of felony bail jumping in 02 CF 959. Then in Racine County 02 CF 1286, he was convicted on August 26, 2003 of 1 count of forgery. Then in 05 CF 637, he was convicted on December 16th, 2005 of 1 count of fraudulent use of a credit card as a repeat offender. Then in Racine County case number 07 CF 81, he was convicted 9908 of 1 count of theft by contractor. Then in Waukesha County case number 07 CM 1446, he was convicted February 25th, 2008 of obstructing an officer. Then in Milwaukee County case number 11 CF 5340, he was convicted March 7th, 2012 of misappropriating an identification information. Then in Waukesha County case number 13 CF 450, he was convicted July 24th, 2014 of 1 count of burglary. And he was released on extended supervision, and his extended supervision was revoked, and he's presently 9 months into a 15-month term he's serving on that period of revocation. Now he has 3 pending cases. 20 CF 739, where he's charged with 2 counts of fraud against a financial institution. 22 CF 1288, also Waukesha, where he's charged with burglary as a repeater, and 22 CM 1596, where he's charged with resisting or obstructing an officer. Now, with respect to those pending cases, he has an attorney, and his attorney knows that he's here. I don't think he's expecting that Mr. Diller will be asked questions about those pending cases. So the question is, what should be counted? And you're the judge and you make the call. I don't think it's true that he's wedded to his testimony from 2008. I think his testimony from 2008 is prior testimony and it's hearsay, and it only becomes admissible if he's cross-examined on it and it's a prior inconsistent statement. Otherwise, it's hearsay. So I think we should be looking at his testimony here today. And if he testifies truthfully, and if I can refresh his recollection, if need be, by his prior statements, for example, he wrote a letter to his lawyer back in 2007 about this case and about what he wanted. And I also think that it's reasonable to ask him questions about what kind of a benefit he received in 2008, because he did receive a benefit in 2008 when he testified. He was required to testify truthfully, but he was in prison at the time that he made this statement, and he was released from prison by the time he testified. And he was released from prison as part of a plea agreement that we entered into, that we granted him release from prison if he testified truthfully in this particular case. I think he got an early release or something. So he was released from prison. He walked through the front door instead of walking through the back door in cuffs, because of what he said in 2008. This time around, the offer is simply, he doesn't get an offer. I mean, he's already serving a prison term. He's not getting out of the prison term that he's presently serving. The only thing that the state has indicated is once he's done testifying, if he's testified truthfully, we're going to write a letter to the prosecutor and the defense attorney in his present cases and explain that he testified truthfully. On the other hand, if he testifies untruthfully, we're going to write a letter indicating he testified untruthfully. But neither Ms. O'Neill nor I are going to be asking for any consideration on his behalf. He's required to testify because he's subpoenaed, and he's got to be here, and he's got to testify truthfully.
I think the defense has a right to ask him if he testifies today that he would get this letter from the prosecution that he testified truthfully to the judge. I mean, I think that is allowable.
I agree with that. That's the only thing that we've offered him. So then the question is, what about all this other stuff?
Well, here's my thought. If we go to impeachment and he doesn't testify the same way that he did in 2008, I think we should be bring up the prior number of convictions that he had at that time. So the
Judge,
jury understands. Let me just finish and then I'll let you talk, okay?
Okay.
So,
as long as it's just your thoughts at the moment.
it is. I like that statement. I really do. It helps me make a decision. Now, we got to come up with a number since 2008 because now he's testifying in 2023. And again, I'll allow a question as to the pending cases if he's getting any consideration. So can we come up with a number after the last, I would call Jensen 1?
Well, Your Honor, he was convicted in Racine County case number 07 CF 81 on September 9th, 2008, which was after he testified in the last case. And then he was convicted in Waukesha County case number 07 CM 1446 he was convicted on February 25th, 2008, which was right about the time he testified in the last case. It was almost exactly at this. I mean, I don't know how he must have gotten out and gone right back over there. I mean, these are the conviction dates, so I don't know what the offense dates were. And then he was convicted in 11 CF 5340 on March 7, 2012 of misappropriation of identification. So that would be 3 convictions since 2000.
Since the last trial.
Since the last trial.
And then he's got the 3 open cases, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then so Jensen 1, he had 7 prior convictions plus the immigration issues in Lithuania, correct?
Correct.
All right. So what did you want to say now, Mr. Perry?
His credibility, when he came up with this story, is key to Mr. Jensen's defense. Okay, because when he goes to the jail in 2007 and then writes up this story, which he sells to the prosecutors, his credibility when he did that is absolutely relevant. And his credibility when he came up with that includes those convictions that preceded the 2007 statement. And the deal he got for his testimony in 2008, we can't be limited to only if he changes his story now, because the deal that he got for selling his story to the prosecutor in 2007, 2008 is critical to explain why he came up with this story. I mean, he acknowledges this was like his opportunity, and I'm only going to do this if I can get out of jail. And so it cannot be limited to whatever has happened after his testimony and only the current deal of, I mean, it so happens it's the gift that keeps on giving for him, because he always has pending charges, and he's got pending charges now. Now, when Mr. Jamboy says that there's really no deal now, that was the same deal that they offered him. He had 3 things going on in 2008. He had a pending theft by contractor charge. He had an ES revocation or reconfinement issue where he was, the recommendation from the agent was 4.5 years, and the recommendation for the theft by contractor was to get 0 time. The recommendation for the ES reconfinement was to get the agent to change the recommendation from 4.5 years to 0 or to time served. And then he had a pending Waukesha obstructing case. And the deal for that was, we'll write a letter telling people whether or not you testified truthfully, which is the same offer right now. And as a result, he got a fine only in that Waukesha case. And his knowledge of that, and his knowledge also that that can be the benefit from a letter just detailing his cooperation, is also key to explaining his motive, his understanding, his reasons for lying today. And so all of the impeachment that existed as of 2007, 2008, because his credibility at that time is absolutely relevant right now, because that's when he drafted this letter to his lawyer. It's when he sat down and just explained his whole story to the prosecutors in October of 2007, and it's what he testified to in 2008. And so his credibility to judge that is completely as relevant today as it was then. And that's why this sort of counting rule has to be different right now.
I'll let the state respond, but what is your suggestion then as to what I should say, what is your suggestion that we tell Mr. Dillard before he testifies, because he has to know what he's going to say as to prior conviction?
Sure. And in terms of the number, I mean, the number is one thing. There's going to be a tremendous amount of details in terms of 90608 sub 2 evidence. Okay, just like at the last time. And the state, and I'll answer your question, but the state, even in its opening statement, said, who Aaron Dillard is. He's a liar. He's a con man. Everyone acknowledges he's a liar. He's not an inherently believable witness. He's the opposite, right? So it's all on the table. I suggest, I don't really care about the 1995 lacrosse conviction. And that was probably dated even at the time of 2007. So I think everything after that is fair game. The Lithuania stuff. So I think the answer is 1. If we count Lithuania as 1, even though it's, a little grab bag of massive fraud cases.
Do you know anything about the Lithuanian legal system?
Well, I know that he got extradited from the U.S. to go to prison there for that.
They used to be part of Russia. They had a jury trial system where you got shot if you got convicted. So.
Well, Mr. Dillard got convicted, but he didn't get shot. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 is what I think the answer should be for how many convictions do you have. And I think everything in terms of the deal he got in 2008 has got to be allowed right now for the reasons I stated.
So you said 11?
I said 11.
All right. And the jury should hear about the deal in 2008 and if there's any deal today, correct?
That's right.
Is that all right? Who wants to respond?
Well, this is going to be my witness, Your Honor, so I'll respond.
Go ahead.
First of all, let's talk about the thing in Lithuania. He went back to Lithuania, he was convicted, and then he was released and sent back here again. He didn't serve any more time in Lithuania. I think he got a time served sentence and was sent back to the United States. Maybe the Lithuanians have improved their judicial system by that time over what it was under Russia. But he, and that was some time around 2004, which is 19 years ago. Now, how we count convictions is a separate thing from the discussion of whatever he received for testifying in 2008 and whatever he's being offered to testify this time. We don't need to offer him anything to testify this time. He's subpoenaed and he's here and he's required to testify. He doesn't have any choice in the matter. And so it should stand to reason the prosecutors are going to write a letter. And I don't have any problem with asking him, is it true that you've got 3 pending cases in Waukesha County? And the prosecutor, the special prosecutor, has indicated he's going to write a letter to your defense attorney and to the prosecutor indicating whether or not you testified truthfully in this case. But we made it clear to Mr. Dillard, we are not going to be making any recommendation for leniency or anything like that. So if I have no problem with him being informed of that. In terms of him testifying in 2008, that's really not relevant unless there's something that he testifies about inconsistently here with what he testified about concerning this incident in 2008. He's here to testify. He's got to testify truthfully. And if he testifies in an untruthful manner, he could be charged with perjury. If he chooses to perjure himself, he could be subject to the same sanctions that the other witness would be subject to. So in terms of the convictions that should be counted, I would encourage the court to adhere to your normal rule standard, which is go back 10 years. And if you go back 10 years, you would be counting actually 10 years back would be 2013. So you'd actually be counting from from 2013, he's only got one prior conviction because in 2000, on March 7, 2012, he was convicted in Milwaukee County case 11 CF 5340 of misappropriation 11 CF 5340. He was convicted on March 7, 2012, which is 11 years ago, almost 11 years ago. But if you want to, if you wanted to go to that one, then that would be 2. If you go back to the last conviction he had since the trial, that would be February 25th, 2008, and that would be 3. But in order to go beyond 3, you'd be throwing the standard that you've adhered to since you've been a judge right out the window and just applying a completely new standard for Mr. Dillard. So I would encourage the court to do this. I would encourage you split the 2 things here. Let's first of all decide what we're going to say about what consideration he received this time or what consideration he received last time, and then we also look at the number of convictions that the court's going to count. And I think you should count 2, or at most 3.
Judge, the testimony in 2008, he can only be impeached with that if he gives an inconsistent statement. I agree to that. That's not the problem, though. The problem is the motive he had for selling his story, what he sold his story for in 2008, what he sold his story for, period. And that was the benefit that he got in 2008 and the deal he got and his understanding of the deal now. And his credibility in 2008 is his credibility when he wrote a letter and said, guess what I learned? As far as his 3 pending cases, I'm not suggesting that that those can be counted as convictions. I don't even care if he acknowledged, I'm not suggesting he needs to acknowledge his guilt in those cases, but it can't be limited in terms of motive to just, you have 3 pending cases and the state is agreeing to write a letter to you. It's, you have 3 pending cases and they're alleging X, Y, Z, and this is what you're facing in them. This is how much is on the table and hanging over you as you come here and testify. Now, the state subpoenaed Aaron Dillard in 2008, and he had to honor that subpoena, just like today. So I don't really understand that argument that he had to honor his subpoena. Everyone has to, regardless of whether or not they are getting some tremendous benefit.
Well, I'm ready to make a decision. The 90609 says general rule. The facts of this witness, it's not a general rule issue. It'd probably be a great law school question for a final exam. That's how difficult it is. The problem that I have, obviously, the state has already said, this guy's a liar. I mean, that's already out of the bag. And I think the defense, I don't know what Mr. Dillard's going to say, but it sounds like he's going to tell the jury something that Mr. Jensen said while he was in custody. And that testimony could be pretty damaging against the defendant. So we got the issue of 2008 when he testified and he got this deal and it worked out for him. And now we're back again in 2023 and I think there's a strong possibility that he's going to do it again. He said, wait a minute, I got this deal in 2008. I might get this deal now in 2023. So, when I started talking, I said only for impeachment purposes, but the more I think about this too, and I've said this previously in this case, to be on the safe side, and the attorneys know what I mean. You might not agree with my decision, but I'm the one that's on the decision when it's overturned, not you guys. And they'll spell my name correctly, trust me. And this is a homicide case. I've been informed of that also. So you're going to tell Mr. Dillard, Mr. Jamboy, he has 11 prior convictions. The defense is going to be allowed to talk about the deal in 2008, and the defense can ask questions about whatever they think if there's a deal in 2023. So with that, I'm trying to figure out where you want to talk to Mr. Dillard, because I don't want to put him in the back by the jury. You want to just bring him in here?
Bring him in here. Let's do it right here.
Is he out there? Bring him in and we'll take our break, okay? All right?
Well, I'm going to skip the break, so.
Yeah. How much time do you need to talk to Mr. Dillard?
Just a few minutes.
All right, then we'll take a 10-minute break. Thank you.
There we are, and we're back. Back from break. How does that work? There's about an hour left. Oh, fuck me. Look at this now. Right. Here we go. Got an hour left. Just over an hour. Oh, thanks for sticking with me, guys. And you guys remember as well. Luna's probably gone. She usually drops out by now. Watch it pop up in chat now. It said, look, watch it pop up in chat. And who comes up? Luna! I'm just testing you out. I didn't think you were here, to be fair. Like, I wouldn't be here if I didn't have to be here. Do you know what I mean? I can't wait for this trial to be over and done with. I know it sounds boring, but I can't be. Hi, Madwell. I knew you were here, Madwell. That's why the girl's here as well. I don't know who the other people are, but well, thanks for being
We're
there.
going to start without Carly. It's okay.
I just feel negative about this trial because I want a fresh trial. Or a trial that I don't know nothing about. Or if I do another old trial, I don't want to know the results. But you can't do it. Some fuck will come in and tell you. Spoil it. So next week, this NFL draft, and then every day I'll be on looking for a fresh trial, live trial. If there is one, we'll watch it. If there's not one, we'll wait till the next day. I thought this retrial business would be great. It ain't. It ain't great. Hey, has anybody else heard about Brian Kohlberg? These rumours about him now wanting to go to a women's, that he's trans, wants to go to a women's hospital, prison. It's like, why do they keep spreading
All right,
rumours
we're
about it?
back on the record on Mark D. Jensen, 2002
I think that's why I can't.
CF314. Mr. Jamboys appears for the state. The defense
Mine was
appears
like
with
sexy
Mr.
something.
Jensen. The next witness for the state
Long gone.
is Aaron Dillard. That's number 14 on the witness list. I'd ask Mr. Dillard to stand and raise his right hand, and I'm going to swear you in. You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, the witness raised his hand, is sworn in. Aaron Dillard is spelled Aaron. Dillard is Dillard. Try to get as close as you can to that microphone, Mr. Dillard. With that, Mr. Jamboys, you can start.
So, Mr. Dillard, you're wearing prison clothes, is that correct?
That's correct.
So you're an inmate right now?
Yes, I am.
And what kind of a term are you serving right now?
15 months for revocation.
And so you're revoked on a matter and you got 15 months?
That is correct.
And you've served 6 months of that?
Yes, I have.
So you've got 9 months left to serve?
Correct.
And you testified previously in this matter back in 2008, is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you testified that time, you're testifying this time, you're going to be testifying about a conversation that you had with somebody while you were in the county jail. Is that true?
That's correct.
Who was the person that you had the conversation with?
Mark Jensen.
Do you see Mark Jensen anywhere in this courtroom today, and could you point to him?
Yeah, he's sitting over there.
I'd request the record show the witness identified the defendant.
The witness identified Mr. Jensen in open court.
Now, what days, when was it that you were incarcerated at the same location as Mark Jensen?
August 14th through the 17th of 2007.
And where were you incarcerated at that time?
Kenosha County Jail.
And what happened on August 17th?
I was returned back to prison.
Okay, and so you were in prison after this conversation with Mark Jensen.
That's correct.
But by the time that you testified at the trial, at the previous hearing in 2008, you were out of custody. Is that true?
That's correct.
And part of the reason, in fact, the reason you're out of custody is because you'd entered into an agreement with the state. Isn't that true?
That's true.
And the agreement was that if you would come in and testify truthfully about the conversation that you had with Mark Jensen, that you would be released from prison at that point.
That's correct.
And there were some other benefits you also had, that the state would write a letter on your behalf in another case that you had pending in a different county.
Yes.
And the state complied with all of its terms of its agreement.
Yes.
Judge, I'm just going to object to if this is all going to be leading, because so far it has been.
Well, you're going to cross on the area too. So, I mean, it's not a surprise for either side where we're going to go.
Sure, I'm not surprised. I just want it to be Mr. Dillard's answers.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Jim.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Dillard, could you move the microphone a little bit closer, because the jury needs to be able to hear what you're saying?
Okay. Is this better?
That is better. Thank you so much. Okay. Now, tell us about how you first met Mark Jensen.
I met Mark Jensen when I first got transferred from prison to Kenosha County Jail for a sentencing hearing.
So, and what date was that?
That was the 14th of August.
And what time of the day was it that you first saw or met Mark Jensen?
Around 6 p.m.
And what happened around 6 p.m.? Where did you see Mark Jensen at 6 p.m.?
In cell block I in Kenosha County Jail.
Describe cell block I. Is there more than one cell in cell block I?
I believe there's 6 cells, and it's about a day room about 12 feet wide by about 20 feet long, and then the cells are lined up along that.
And are these one-person cells or multiple-person cells?
Number 1 and 6 are one-man cells, and then 2, 3, and 4, and 5 are two-man cells.
And was Mr. Jensen a one-man cell or a two-person cell?
From what I remember, he was in a two-person cell.
And do you know who his cellmate was?
No, I don't.
But you were not his cellmate.
No, that's correct.
So what were your first observations of Mr. Jensen when you first saw him at 6 p.m. on August 14th, 2007?
Well, I mean, the first conversation I had with him was like, you're the popular guy around here, you know? So we were just introducing ourselves. Everybody was getting to know each other. When you come into a pod, everybody wants to know who you are. And so Mark came out of his cell and introduced himself, and we started talking from there.
And you're the one who told him that he was a popular guy around here?
Yeah, when he came out, I said, you're quite the popular guy around here.
And what do you mean by that?
Well, I had read a newspaper article about him.
Okay, so you know what he was in for?
Yes.
And he'd been charged with the murder of his wife?
Yes.
And so after you'd had that conversation with him, did you talk to him at all anymore that evening?
Yeah, we did. We talked about the Edward Klug transcript and that he had his bond revoked because he came out of the woodworks, and then 9 years later said that he wanted to kill his wife while at a conference.
That Mark Jensen had said that to Ed Klug?
Yeah, that Ed Klug had testified to that he came out of the woodwork and said that.
So
he said it was bullshit.
He was he said that Ed Klug was lying?
Yeah, he said Ed Klug was lying.
And how long did you and he talk about? Did you and Mark Jensen talk about this?
That day we talked probably 2 hours. He had given me the transcripts to read from that testimony of Klug.
He gave you the transcript of Ed Klug's testimony from the forfeiture hearing?
Yes.
And he gave that to you to read?
Yes.
So did you read it?
Yes, I did.
Where was Mr. Jensen while you were reading it?
In the day room.
So was he talking with you while you were reading it, or was he just letting you read it?
I actually took it to my cell and read it, and then came back out when I was done.
How much time did you spend reading it?
A good hour.
And after you read it, you gave it back to Mr. Jensen?
Yes, I did.
And did you and he have another conversation at that time?
Yeah, we did. It was getting pretty close to lockdown, but we had talked about it, and he said, yeah, I told him it was kind of crazy that he come out of the woodworks and said this, and I said he's okay if his secretaries didn't testify to corroborate Edward Klug's testimony saying that he said this to them.
So did you have any further conversation with Mark Jensen that evening?
No, pretty much
and
not.
So that evening, Mark Jensen, when the last conversation you had with him before you went back to your cell to sleep for the evening, what was Mark Jensen's position with respect to what Ed Klug had testified about?
That he was lying.
So then, when's the next time that you talked to Mark Jensen?
The next day at around 10 in the morning.
And where did you see Mr. Jensen at 10 in the morning?
In the day room.
And where did you see him in the day room?
I saw him sitting, we were sitting at the tables, and then we ended up going in the back of the day room and sitting by the heater.
Just you and he?
Yeah, just him and I at that time.
And did he have any paperwork with him?
No.
So when you saw him and you sat in the back of the day room at around 10 o'clock in the morning, what did you and he talk about?
We talked about the transcripts from Edward Klug's testimony.
And how long did you sit there talking with him about Ed Klug's testimony?
I'd say a good hour.
And what did Mr. Jensen say to you at that time about Ed Klug's testimony?
He said that Edward Klug was an attention getter and that he was lying and that he was full of shit and things like that.
And how did you respond to that?
I said, well, why would he make it up? And
did Mr. Jensen have an answer for that?
No, he didn't. He just said he did. He was lying.
And so how long did you continue to talk with Mr. Jensen that morning?
We had lunch right after that at 11 o'clock-ish. So then after lunch, we came out and we started talking some more. And we were talking about another inmate named JJ. I don't know his full name, but he was a younger kid that was kind of extorting him and taking money from him.
Okay, so let's back up and talk about lunch. You said you had lunch at 11 o'clock?
Yes.
So it's not like you go out to Burger King or something. What did you do for lunch?
No, they bring lunch to the day room.
And so where do you eat your lunch?
Right in the day room.
No, you don't.
And where did you eat your lunch?
I like what you hear.
And did you see where Mr. Jensen ate his lunch?
I would believe it would be the day room.
But you ate your lunch alone in your cell?
Become a regular now.
And how long were you
Like
in your cell
Spider Girl
alone
and
for?
I'd say 20 minutes.
One of the gang.
And then what happened?
Then I started talking back with Mark again.
Had he finished his lunch by that time?
Yeah, when he finished his lunch, yeah.
So about what time was it that you started talking with Mr. Jensen again?
I'd safe to say 11:30.
And how long did you talk after 11:30 with Mr. Jensen?
Well, off and on, we spoke a lot throughout the day. So I would say another 4 hours throughout the day, 5 hours throughout the day.
So that first conversation, the first conversation with you that you had with him after 11:30, where was that? Where were you located when you had that conversation with him?
In the day room.
Where in the day room? Do you remember?
At the tables.
And were there other inmates around?
Yeah.
Were they within hearing distance?
Yes.
So what did you and Mark Jensen talk about at 11:30 onward?
We talked about the Edward Klug transcript. We talked about how he said that Edward Klug he was lying, he was full of shit. We talked about that, like I said, that younger inmate that was there, JJ, that he was kind of bullying him, taking his canteen, making him put money on his books, things like that. And then we started talking about, it was just, we talked about common people we knew.
You talked about people that you both knew?
Yeah, he was in the construction business and I had some construction interests as well.
Okay, so there were some people that you knew together?
Yes.
And so after you started talking about the people that you knew in common from the construction industry, how did the conversation progress after that?
It went into trying to find, he was asking, well, he was giving me his defenses in the trial, how he was going to prove his innocence and things like that.
So can you tell us some things he said to you?
Yeah, he said that he was laughing at your proposal for the Benadryl and the antifreeze being mixed together, and it would take him 4 ounces or 8 ounces of Benadryl and to get that much antifreeze in her. So he said that was crazy that you even brought that up. He said that that you guys lost all the toxicology reports, and that he was going to try to. Well, I told him he should argue that. He should argue the fact that if they lost the toxicology reports, you should ask to be able to test them yourself. And so we talked about that. As a defense, he said that there were pictures of antifreeze in the house that you guys had mistakenly not seen, and he was going to use that as a defense. That's pretty much what I remember for the most part.
And when he was telling you about these defenses, were you saying anything in response?
I said they're good ideas. I said, but still said that if it comes to Edward Klug's testimony, you're going to be screwed regardless.
And how did he respond to that?
He told them to bring it on. That was kind of his big statement, was for you guys to bring it on.
Those are the words he used. Bring it on.
Bring it on.
And so how long did the conversation continue after you'd exchanged these ideas?
Probably for a few hours total, just talking about it all.
Now, at some point, did he start to change his tune with respect to Edward Klug's testimony?
That would be on the 16th.
So still on the 15th, he hadn't changed his story with respect to Ed Klug.
Yeah, he was still in the negative. He was still saying that he was innocent, that he was all bullshit and things like that.
Okay. And, that was his position all the way through the 16th?
Yes, all the way through the 15th.
I'm sorry, all the way through the 15th. So how long did you talk to him for the rest of the 15th?
Probably until about 8 at night, 9 at night.
Now, on the 15th, did you see any documents that he had with him?
No.
You didn't read anything at all on the 15th? You didn't read anything at all on the 15th?
Yeah, just he brought out the Edward Klug testimony again because he was showing me the parts where he was an attention seeker and showing me parts of the testimony. So he did bring that back out during the day. But as far as anything else, no.
So you did again see Ed Klug's testimony from the forfeiture, in which you didn't see anything else?
Correct.
And what time did you stop talking with Mark Jensen on the 15th?
About 8, 9 o'clock at night.
And then you went back to your cell and he went back to his cell?
Yeah, it was locked down.
So when's the next time that you saw Edward Klug?
On the 16th, about 10 in the morning again.
I'm sorry, I said Edward Klug. I mean, when's the next time you saw Mark Jensen?
Sorry, on the 16th, probably about 10 in the morning again.
And tell us about what happened on the 16th.
On the 16th, we were talking, and he started telling me about how that Julie was jumping up and down on the bed and making all kinds of noise, and he had to show her on the internet about the Paxil side effects. And
okay, and so after he made that statement, what happened next?
Well, we were talking, and he was kind of chuckling about her laughing, or about her jumping up and down on the bed, and then it turned into more like me pushing the whole thing about saying, I think you did it. I questioned him more on that.
Well, what did you actually think he did it? I mean, what caused you to change your tactic and say, I thought you did it?
Well, I thought he did it when he started mentioning about Edward Klug and him saying that he wanted to kill his wife. And then he was talking about his kids wanting to call the ambulance and stuff like that. And he didn't call them. So
tell me, when did he first mention the kids wanting him to call an ambulance?
When we were talking about her jumping on the bed and the next day.
So that was on the 16th that he mentioned that the children wanted to call the ambulance?
Yes.
Very convenient, isn't it?
What time of day was this that he started making those statements?
This was earlier in the morning, like around 10-ish.
Okay, so when you first started talking to him at 10 in the morning on August 16th is when he started mentioning that his children had wanted him to take their mother to the hospital?
Yeah, they were worried about her.
He told you that?
Yeah.
What else did he tell you about the children or about what was going on at that point?
Well, we were talking about the kids quite a bit because he was telling me about how Julie used to keep, she would punish them a lot and things like that. So this is where we started talking about the kids more. And he would say that Julie put one of the kids in one room naked and that he would put the other kid in another room naked and make them stand there. And that when they were on vacation, she would yell at him at the restaurant and make a big scene and things like that. So,
and Do you know what his point was in telling this? Did he tell you why he was telling you about this?
I don't know. If you want my opinion was that he was just
Objection, I don't think anyone asked for his opinion.
I would sustain that.
So, well, did you discern any reason for him to be telling you these things about Julie?
No, I didn't understand why he was telling me that way.
But he was bad-mouthing Julie at that
Yes.
point. And so after he'd been bad-mouthing Julie for a while and then telling you that the children were concerned about her and they wanted him to call an ambulance, what happened next then?
Well, at that point, I had told Mark that we all did what we did to get here. And, you know, that if you want to find a way around it, you got to tell the truth. And then he said, well, yeah, we all did do what we did to get here. And he started breaking down. He said, I really screwed up when I told Edward Klug that I wanted to kill my wife.
So he did acknowledge at that point that he told Edward Klug that I wanted to kill my wife.
On the 16th, he did.
And what else did he tell you about that conversation with Edward Klug?
He had told me that he poisoned her or tried to attempt to poison her on that first day when he was in St. Louis with Edward Klug on that trip, and that she had thrown up all over the house and he had to come home and take care of it.
Did he indicate anything about anything else about that incident where he said he tried to poison her and before he went on that conference?
He said, from what I recall, he said that he felt he was bad mouthing him he got drunk and that he was bad mouthing Julie to Ed, and he screwed up when he said that he poisoned her when he was on that trip, and he's glad she didn't die then, or else he would have been really screwed.
Okay, he said I didn't hear that last part.
He said he screwed up. He would have been really screwed if she didn't die if she did die when he was on that trip.
Did he say why he'd be really screwed if she
Because he mentioned it to Klug that he wanted to kill his wife.
So after he told you that he had tried to poison her and that he had also disclosed to Ed Klug that he wanted to kill his wife, did he ultimately tell you that he did in fact kill his wife?
Yes.
Tell us about that. Tell me how this conversation went when he was talking to you about this St. Louis, this conference that you'd gone to.
Well, he told me about it, and then we just kept blending into what he had said he did. During that time, there's another inmate, Dion Hardison, and I was trying to have him listen to it because I thought he was crazy telling me everything that he was doing. So I tried to get Dion to listen, but he wouldn't talk when Dion was around. So when Dion left, he would continue talking to me. And then he had told me about how he would have her buy all his medications and things like that. So it showed that she was doing it, and he was kind of trying to make it look like she was trying to commit suicide.
You know, he's like,
what else did
if
he
you
tell you
read
about
it right
this? Besides what you've just described, did he tell you anything else about this?
Yes, he told me that he actually they went to the doctor and got her put on Paxil, and that day when they came home, he gave her the Paxil. He gave her Librium and Benadryl, and I think St. John's wort. And he said that evening she was feeling loopy and all that. And then he gave her antifreeze, or gave her juice with antifreeze in it.
And did he tell her when he first gave her a juice with antifreeze?
The first night they had Paxil, so whenever that was.
And after he gave her the Paxil and the juice with the antifreeze, what happened next? Did he tell you?
Yeah, that evening she was jumping around on the bed, acting drunk, and then they went to the computer to check the side effects of Paxil.
And did he tell you what happened next then?
Yeah, they basically went back to bed, and he went to the doctor the next day and got her a prescription of Ambien for her.
Did he tell you why he went to get the prescription for Ambien?
Yeah, so she would sleep better through this situation.
Through him poisoning her?
Yes.
Did he tell you what happened after he got the Ambien?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Did he tell you what happened after he got the Ambien?
Yeah, he gave her the Ambien. He gave her more juice with antifreeze in it, and she was sleeping, and then she started throwing up a little bit, and then this is the next day. So that night, the kids were sitting with her watching TV, and they were just kind of having a family thing, and he had the kids with her.
That was that evening.
Yeah.
Did he tell you what happened then after that, after the children had been watching TV with her?
Well, then the night ended, and then it started the next day. He said that she was breathing really raspy in the morning, and that she was breathing bad, and she wasn't moving around at all, and that the kids actually wanted to call the ambulance right then, and he said that he calmed them down and tried to get them to just, well, if she's not feeling better, when you get home from school, we'll call an ambulance for her.
So that's what he told the children?
Yeah, that's what he told the children. And
Did
then
he tell you what happened then after he told that to the children?
Yeah, he took them to school, and then he had to do something with a client, some check or something like that he had to pick up, and then he went back home, and Julie was breathing better. And at that point, he rolled her over, and then
did he tell you why he rolled her over?
Just to see, how she would breathe and things like that.
And did he tell you what happened next after that?
Yeah, at that point he had her on her side. Then he rolled her on her stomach, and he was seeing how she was doing then, and she wasn't breathing she was breathing the same. She wasn't breathing any worse. So at that point he felt nervous and figured he had to do something on his own, and he sat on her back and then pressed her face into the pillow.
So at some point you communicated this information to your attorney.
Yes.
And you remember what your attorney's name was?
Gretchen Rosenke.
Now, how did you communicate it to Gretchen Rosenke?
I wrote a letter.
At the time you wrote the letter, was this matter much fresher in your mind at that time?
Yes.
I mean, you wrote it right after you'd had this conversation.
Yes.
Now, in the letter that you wrote to your attorney, you were asking her to reach out to the DA to get you a deal on your case, weren't you?
Yes.
So when you were talking to Mark Jensen, at what point was it that you decided you were going to try to use this information to get a deal on your case?
At the point when he started kind of bringing the kids into it, I felt that was horrible. That really kind of struck me wrong.
So you decided at that point that you were going to try to get him to give you. Now, when he talked about bringing the kids into it, by that time had he confessed to you that he'd murdered Julie or not?
No, he was at that point he didn't, but it was just the whole thing. Him saying Julie punished him and put him in corners naked and all this. He was talking about the kids and saying that that there was a point when he said that, when they were laying in bed, he had said that, and it struck me as wrong. So then I started trying to push him for the information at that point.
And the reason you're pushing for the information was so that you could then tell your attorney about it?
Yes.
And then you hoped you'd get a deal on your case?
Yes.
But at the time you wrote the letter, the matter was still very fresh in your mind?
Yes, it was.
There's 35 minutes left. Half an hour, say, for the day. Today's not been too bad, to be fair. I think today's been all right compared to the other days. Jesus. Oh, what the fuck's happening here now?
No, when he told you that she was, on the morning of December 3rd. He was talking about the morning of December 3rd, the morning that she ultimately died. Did he tell you what the position she was in the bed when he first saw her?
She was on her back the first time he saw her.
And did he tell you what he did to her back?
He rolled her onto her side.
And did he tell you what happened after he rolled her onto her side?
Yeah, her breathing didn't change at all, and then he rolled her over onto her face.
I'm going to show you this. I'm going to ask this document marked as an exhibit, and I'm going to show it to you.
I don't think they're going to cross today. Tomorrow, I reckon. Beep, beep, beep.
69.
Does the about 6? Yeah, they do. All right. Yeah, I've got it.
Documents are marked as State's Exhibit 69. I'm going to ask you to read it to yourself from front to back and let me know when you're finished reading it, okay?
Okay.
I want you to pay particular attention to what's at the bottom of page 5, top page 6.
Okay.
All right, we got to take a break. We got an issue with the jury, so.
Ooh. Issue with the jury. It's only a small break. Always get big is get to hear something. So I know the Spider Girl and Mad Will's still here. I'm not sure if Luna's still here. I think she might be gone. Joking, Luna. I know you're still here. No one's moved. I know Luna's still here, going strong. And a few other people who I don't know who they are. Appreciate you guys being here.
Lawyer.
I know you're here, Luna. I know. You wouldn't let me down. You're now part of the gang now, Luna. You have to be here. Look, most people, right, they work, but they have this on all day in the background whilst they're working. So you're going to have to try and adjust to it, Luna. You're going to have to be here every day now. Maybe not for this trial. I won't hold you for this trial. But our next proper trial, I expect to see you there every single day. All day. No popping in and out. The all day commitment. We can still work at the same time. And if you're in a meeting, just boot this and you're good to go. That's the dedication I have in my stream from people like Mad World, or especially Spider Girl. She even goes back and watch the fucking thing again. Ah, good question. I'll tell you what it's not going to be, the Murdoch trial. You'd have to be fucking crazy to watch that one again so soon. No, I don't know what the next trial is going to be. So not next week, the week after, we'll see what's on, see what trial's on, and then take it from there. It was a good one this week. It was only a week, but timing was shit, wasn't it, for us? Well, I think it started last week, and then but it only lasted like a week, week and a half. Those kind of trials, they're nice. That's what we want. A week trial or 2 weeks max. Just for the next few trials. But I've got to start a series as well about Brian Kohlberger, so I've got to start filming that as well. I think of more love letters for
We are
you,
back on
G.
the record on Mark D. Jensen,
fucking know you were
2002
the
C314. The appearances are the same. Mr. Dillard is still on the stand, but the jury is not in the courtroom except for one juror.
Such a fucking weirdo
And
you
for the
are.
record, who is the juror that is in the courtroom?
Judge, I'm sorry, if I could just, I'd suggest this actually be done without Mr. Dillard present. I know that's a huge pain.
Can we take them in the hallway? The jury's in the back. They're not going to see Mr. Dillard.
Go this way. Well,
Take them in the hallway. There, because I don't want you to take any pictures of the juror.
Some girl, isn't he? Some girl you are, Luna.
Okay, for the record, Mr. Dillard now is outside the courtroom. Sir, what is your name for the record?
My name is Travis Bartz, Travis Bartz.
Talk to the court, correct?
That is correct.
And I told the attorney in the conference room, we had Ms. McNeil there and Mr. Perry there, so both sides were represented. And I believe what you told us was that you knew Mr. Dillard, but you knew him from a different name and that he had dated your sister, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So who does the state or the defense wish to voir dire this witness at this time?
Juror? Yes, I would like to.
Why don't you sit down so you can use the microphone, Mr. Jamboys?
Thank you, Honor. So, sir, how long ago was that?
It was about, I would say, about 2 years ago.
Okay. And how long did he date your sister?
For about, I want to say, a year.
Okay. And what name did he use?
I believe it was Aaron Swanson.
Okay. And would that experience affect your ability to consider the credibility or testing of this witness?
It's a difficult question. His experience, that's all I can say is his experience with my sister. I do not care for this individual. However, I'm taking his testimony and everything I hear as it is. And my job is to be impartial.
Do you think you could set your personal views about him aside and just consider the testimony based upon what you hear in the courtroom today?
Yes.
I don't have a problem with this juror serving, Your Honor.
Mr. Perry, you want to board there?
I could just have a second. Just one
You need a
second.
moment? You're on the jury, sir. Thank you for that information. I'll make a finding that based on the voir dire, Mr. Jamboys, he can remain. The defense did not wish to voir dire the juror. Go in the back and
There's one. I request that the juror be instructed to not discuss this aspect with.
I agree. Do you understand that, sir? They're going to ask you the minute you go back there. Just tell him a judge is the bad guy. He said no. Okay. All right.
Yeah, we know about that now, so we can jump that. And
Wanted
go
to get
back to the
the
trial.
Indian from the doctor.
Yeah, to help her sleep through the symptoms of the antifreeze.
Now, at the time that you wrote this letter to your attorney, the matters were fresher in your mind than they are today, many years later.
Yes, definitely.
And now that you've read that letter, does that refresh your recollection as to the sequence of events about what he did as he was killing her that day?
Yes.
So she was, first of all, she was sleeping on her back?
Yes.
And then what happened?
Then he rolled her over a little bit on her side.
And did he indicate whether she woke up or not?
No.
And so then what did he do with her face?
That's when he rolled her over again further and rolled her onto her from her side to her face, like on her stomach. And then that's when he pushed her face into the pillow and sat on her back.
And did he tell her did he tell you what happened when he sat on her and with her face pushed into the pillow?
Yeah, she passed away.
Did he indicate to you how he intended to use her mental status against her?
Yes, he was going to play that against her, saying her family was nuts, that somebody in her family committed suicide, that they were all on some kind of psychiatric medication, that he was going to use that against her to play that off as she committed suicide herself.
Did he say anything about having some photos or pictures?
Yes, he did. He said that was part of the thing. He said he cheated, or she cheated on him, and there was some pictures of her giving him oral sex.
There were pictures of her giving who oral sex?
I think it was a colleague of hers, somebody she was cheating on him with.
And did he provide you descriptions of this?
Just
Not
said
sure if
that
Luna's
it
still
was
here.
pictures of him giving somebody else oral
Well,
sex.
someone just left. And I wasn't just being sarcastic there. Someone has left, so it might be her, to be fair, but I think she's on the same page as what we were mad world about
No.
the whole case.
After you obtained this information from Mark Jensen, how soon after you obtained this information did you write this letter
That wasn't me.
to Attorney Gretchen Rosenke?
Chuck it. It wasn't me.
It was about a week later?
About a week later.
So where were you when you wrote this letter?
Oh, I see the trio. The trio still here. Thanks, guys.
And you were very upfront. You wanted Ms. Rosenke
One of the
to
others
see what she could do to
upstairs.
work out a deal on your behalf.
That's correct.
You can tell Mad World now we thought Murdoch trial.
Now,
Knew that.
did you learn about any of the details of this case from any document or anything other than the mouth of Mark Jensen?
No, I did not.
So the only thing you'd seen was the transcript of the testimony of Ed Klug
That is correct.
from the forfeiture hearing.
That is correct.
So the other person left, so just a trio left. Come on.
Marked as Exhibit 70. I don't want you to read it out loud. I just want you to look at it.
20 minutes left.
And if you look at it, can you tell me whether you recognize it?
Yes. Yes, I can.
And what is that?
The transcript from Edward Klug's hearing.
When Edward Klug had previously testified?
Yes.
So had you read that before?
Yes, I have.
Did Mark Jensen let you read the whole thing?
Yes.
Roger. Everyone here pretty much thought it was the wrong deal.
Aside from that document that was marked as Exhibit 70, was there any other document that Mark Jensen showed you when you were in the Kenosha County Jail with him?
No.
Did you try to go into his cell to look for additional documents?
No.
Is there a rule in the county jail about what inmates going into other inmates' cells?
You're not allowed to enter.
What happens if you do?
You get conduct reports, possibly put in a hole.
Now, you're sitting here in Prison Blues. Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
11.
Now, and you've got 3 cases pending in Waukesha County right now in addition to those 11, right?
That's correct.
You haven't been convicted of those crimes yet.
That's correct.
And when you're done testifying here, you're hoping that this, well, in fact, the prosecutor has promised, I promised I'm going to write a letter to the prosecutor in Waukesha County, indicating that you've, and to your defense attorney, indicating that you've testified in this case, correct?
That is correct.
And I'm going to indicate in the letter that whether you've testified truthfully or untruthfully. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But I specifically told you I was not going to make any recommendation for leniency. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
So you're not expecting any recommendation of leniency from me or from Ms. McNeil?
Correct.
I asked for a graphic designer this morning to do a logo for me.
So
Fucking
let's
hell.
talk about
Inbox is
the
full of them.
process of the communication
I said, I got somebody.
between you and Mr. Jensen. How many hours was it that you'd spoken to Mr. Jensen before he started telling you about committing the crime?
I would say a good 9 hours, 10 hours.
So tell us about that. How was it? What did you see about the transformation in Mark Jensen, where he started out in total denial, and then did he start making piecemeal admissions, or did he just admit it all at once?
He kind of admitted all at once, but it was more like I kept pushing him a little bit, saying, you know, you did it. If you did it, just tell you did it, and then we'll work a way around it. And that's kind of when he started telling. But it was he wanted to talk. He just seemed like he wanted to keep talking.
So some of these prior offenses you've had, they're for things like forgery and for fraud of some sort, correct?
Correct.
You promise people things and you get them to give you money,
Yes,
and then you don't deliver on the promises that you've made.
that's correct.
So you have this kind of skill set that induces people to trust you,
Correct.
and then they give you information or they give you money.
That's correct.
Now, did you apply any particular effort in this regard to try to persuade Mr. Jensen to trust you?
Yes, I did.
What are the kind of things that you did to try to get Mr. Jensen to trust you?
Just talking about his case, giving him ways out, and trying to help him see where he could maybe make a defense out of something, and then tell him, I kind of feel, I told him that I think he did it, and things like that, and then it just brought it out.
So you tried to make it sound like, hey, I'm on your side on this,
Yes,
and you were being friendly to him.
correct.
And, he'd indicated, or you'd seen that he was being picked on or intimidated by at least one of the other inmates. Is that true?
That's correct.
And right now and back then, you were about the same size.
Correct.
And how big are you?
6'2", 260 something.
So people don't mess with you in the jail.
Not really.
Yeah. And while you were with Mr. Jensen, this guy that had been picking on him was leaving him alone.
Correct.
So it was kind of like you were sort of a protector to him as well.
Yeah, in a way, I suppose.
I mean, you didn't tell him you were expressly going to protect him, but while he was talking with you, nobody was messing with him.
That's correct.
So tell us some of the things you did to gain his trust.
Tried to help him with possible scenarios, like with the tox screen reports that were supposedly lost. I told him to get the information and try to have your attorney test those samples, so that way, if the samples don't exist, you can try to throw that evidence out.
And that was legitimate advice on your part, right? I mean, you thought that was true.
Yeah.
So in some sense, you were trying to help him.
Yeah.
Early on.
Yes.
And at what point was it? At some point, you decided instead of helping him, you were going to try to help yourself.
When I kind of figured out through our conversations that he more than likely did it, and I pushed him into telling the truth.
Now, tell us about the time when you saw a change in him, where he was going to start telling you about this.
Well, I mean, when he was talking about his kids, he was getting a little bit more teary-eyed and a little bit more emotional in things. And when he started showing emotions is when I kind of pushed him a little harder.
And why was that? Why would you start pushing a little harder when you started showing a little bit of emotion?
It was interesting to me to see where it was going to go.
And can you kind of pinpoint the point at which you decided you were going to try to use this information against him to benefit you?
The morning of the 16th. I mean, I had thought about it, but the morning of the 16th is when I came to terms with it.
And what was it about that had happened on the morning of the 16th?
He told me the truth.
He told you the truth. He told you that he murdered his wife.
Yes.
Now, did he tell you anything about the type of Benadryl or the form Benadryl that Julie was taking at the time in the days preceding her death?
Yeah, gel caps.
And did he make any remark about the fact that it was gel caps as opposed to liquid Benadryl?
Yes, he did.
Did he tell you anything? Well, let me think if I can get it right. Did he tell you anything about the difference or the importance of gel caps versus liquid Benadryl?
Yes, he did. He said that he laughed at your when you were questioning him. He said that you threw a bottle of gel or liquid caps on the table and said, "You poisoned Julie with Benadryl and antifreeze," and he was laughing at that fact because he only had gel caps, and there was no way to mix that much antifreeze into the gel cap or the liquid caps.
He told you that I had thrown a bottle of gel caps on the...
Or maybe it was either you or the detective were questioning him.
Or the detective.
Yeah.
Okay.
And said, you used this Benadryl to, poison her and mixed it with antifreeze.
And he laughed about that.
Yeah.
And instead of thinking it might have been, he was talking about the detective.
I believe it was the detective. Sorry.
That's okay. During the course of your conversation with him, did he ever mention any other drugs or substances that Julie was ingesting?
Just Librium, St. John's wort, Paxil. Ambien. And I think that's pretty much it. I think that's all he said from what I remember.
Now, he told you at one point he dropped the kids off at school. Did he tell you what he did after he dropped the kids off at school?
Yeah, he had to pick up a check from a client.
Did he tell you about what happened after he picked up the kids and brought them home?
Yeah, he said that when he went home, because he already knew she was dead, that he made them stay outside the room and wouldn't let them in. And then said, you know, he had to call the ambulance because she passed away.
Now, you'd indicated he also talked about poisoning her once before.
Yes.
And tell us about, when did he have that conversation with you?
He had that conversation. That was kind of the start of the whole telling of the truth. He told me that he poisoned her on that trip that he went to with work, with that trip that Ed Klug happened. And that's when he said he poisoned her on that trip and she had thrown up all over the house. And he said that he was glad that she didn't die on that trip.
Did he tell you why he's glad that she didn't die?
Because he ran his mouth off to Edward Klug.
Did he tell you anything about any antifreeze in the residence?
Yeah, he said that there was 2 things of pool antifreeze in his garage that you guys had missed in your pictures. And he was going to use that as a defense as well.
The show's going to have to look. Can't be next week, it'll be the week after, so I'll have to have a look, Mad World. I'm not doing it on Court TV, you'll have to be on Law Network, Law Crime, sorry. So I'll take a look. Oh no, I'll take a look now actually. Oh no, there's not a list up here. They don't always tell you in advance either. They just normally pop up.
Mr. Dillard, is everything that you've testified to in this courtroom the truth as you know it to the best of your ability?
Yes, it is.
You swear that's true?
I swear it's true.
I have no further questions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there's no way we're going to be able to do the cross today. I don't want to start and have the defense then be at the disadvantage that they have to restart, and it just creates a lot of issues. So you get to go home, but before you go home, I just want to remind you, I'm not going to read exactly the instruction, but you have to understand you cannot listen to the radio, watch TV, read any newspapers, go on the internet. There's a lot of media coverage, and obviously that's the right of the media to report cases. We do live in the United States of America. But please don't do that. You've been very good. You've been showing up on time. I've been giving you a short lunch. I think you're taking this case serious, but please don't do that. So Monday, 8:30. Have a good weekend, folks.
To talk
Yeah,
about
we're gonna.
I'm trying to look it up now, but
Mr. Dillard leave? Take Mr. Dillard. While the court TV is still in the courtroom and the professional photographers are in the courtroom, I appreciate all your work that you have listened to the court when we told you not to film and not to take pictures of the jury. I really appreciate that. I think the media is doing a very professional job. I just wanted to say that. Okay, go ahead.
We did receive information that the juror's name was broadcast on audio on court TV.
Well,
just wanted to put that on the record.
Right. I mean, anybody could go look and get the jury list. It's not confidential.
Not making an issue out of it, just making a record of it.
Yeah, I mean, the whole world could go to the clerk's office and get the whole list. So, right?
I think that's true.
Okay. Okay, we'll see you Monday. Oh, I'm sorry. You're still holding them? Okay, take the defendant.
okay. So yeah, I don't know what trial will be next. I'm excited to see. I think we just turn up one day and it's going to be there. So after this trial, after the draft weekend, maybe the Monday, Tuesday, I'll have a look to see what's there, and we just go. Whatever's there within reason. We generally don't know until we turn up because they don't advertise it. They never tell us what trials there are. So appreciate you all for being here. I think Luna's gone again. So I'm joking, Luna. You don't have to type, but I know you're here. I know you're here. It's Luna Madwell, Spider Girl. Thank you very much for being here. Really appreciate it. And whoever else is here, there's one or two. Luna's going off. Luna's got Fred. Fucking you! I know you're here. I know you're here. I know you're here. Appreciate that. With that, I know you're like, and Madwell, you laugh right. But I quote her out so many times when she's not even here. So, oh, Stacey, to you, was it? Hi, Stace. I didn't know it was you. I said there's somebody else here. I don't know who it is. It's you, Stacey. Thank you. You've been here from the start. Thank you very much. We're trying to teach Luna that you can pop in and out whenever you want. But having it in the background really helps me. So I really appreciate all of you for that. I hit 1,500 subscribers, whatever it is now. But the only problem is I got fucking shit tons of watch hours to do. I think I've got like 16 or 1700 hours. I need 4,000. So yeah, got a long way to go. So I appreciate you being here. Get my watch hours up a little bit. So with that, same place, same time tomorrow. Hopefully you can all make it. Don't worry if you can't. So yeah, have a good evening, everybody. Because it's now 9:30 here, so we'll try and do some stuff, prep work for a couple of series that I've got planned to come up. So yeah, so with that, thanks guys. Really appreciate all of you, and hopefully, go and watch it because you haven't watched it for a while now because no one's watched it. Because it shows me when people watched it, and I've not seen you there. But honestly, over the last few days or this week, like for some reason, loads of people watch my videos. Like not like loads for me. There's not loads, but there's loads for me. Um, so yeah, go watch them. Bye, Mad World. Bye, Luna. Bye, Spider Girl. Bye, Stacey. See you all tomorrow, hopefully. Love you all, and catch you on the other side. I wonder if he's ever watched it. So he probably has seen it. He won't ever admit to it though. Anyway.